when a spiritually awakened woman faces disrespect. People will do anything, no matter how absurd, to avoid facing their own souls. Carl Jung. There comes a moment in every awakened woman's journey when silence is no longer submission, it becomes strength. When she faces disrespect, she doesn't react. She reflects. She doesn't chase validation. She reclaims her energy. This is not rebellion, it's evolution. In today's episode on spiritual wisdom, we'll explore what truly happens when a spiritually awakened woman confronts disrespect and how she turns pain into power, boundaries into peace, and awareness into freedom. As you listen, ask yourself, how do you respond when your spirit is tested? Share your thoughts in the comments, and let's grow together in spiritual strength and emotional mastery. 1. Conscious emotional sovereignty over reaction. A spiritually awakened woman no longer fractures in the presence of disrespect, for she understands that spirituality is not about avoiding pain, but transforming it. When faced with words or actions that would once have ignited her wounds, she now pauses. She feels the sting rise within her chest, yet does not let it define her. She observes it as energy moving, transient, and separate from her identity. This is what Carl Jung described as conscious suffering, the ability to experience pain without becoming enslaved by it. She breathes deeply, anchors herself in awareness, and allows emotions to flow through her instead of reacting impulsively. Her spiritual awakening has taught her that true strength is quiet, that dignity does not shout, and that every moment of disrespect is an initiation into deeper emotional mastery. She recognizes that every reaction is a choice, and that sovereignty begins when she claims authorship of her inner state. In moments where her worth feels questioned, she returns to her breath, remembering that silence born from wisdom is far louder than a voice raised from pain. Instead of mirroring disrespect, she becomes the mirror of composure. She knows that emotional maturity means being able to sit with discomfort without projecting it outward. She watches her own impulses with compassion and discipline, understanding that each trigger reveals where old wounds still seek healing. Through awareness, she transforms reaction into reflection and pain into power. This practice of conscious emotional sovereignty becomes her daily spiritual ritual. She no longer allows others to dictate her emotional climate. When someone disrespects her, she does not rush to defend or attack. She listens with discernment, not ego. She may respond later, calmly and clearly, when her energy is grounded. She says only what serves truth, never what feeds chaos. She understands that energy management is the essence of spirituality, knowing when to speak, when to step back, and when to let silence do the teaching. As Jung wrote, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life, and you will call it fate." Her awakening has made the unconscious conscious. She notices her bodily sensations, the quickened heartbeat, the tightening throat, the heat rising to her face. But instead of letting these sensations rule her, she studies them like sacred texts. They remind her that she is human, not immune to hurt, but capable of choosing a higher response. She no longer interprets disrespect as a reflection of her value, but as feedback about another state of awareness. Thus, her compassion deepens, but her boundaries remain firm. She can forgive without excusing, love without tolerating, and walk away without hatred. Her spiritual awakening has turned her pain into her teacher. Every slight, every careless word becomes an opportunity to return to her center. She knows that reacting gives her power away, while responding consciously preserves her energy and self-worth. So she reclaims the sacred pause, the moment between feeling and response, as her throne of sovereignty. This is the quiet revolution of the awakened woman. She feels everything, yet she is ruled by nothing. In her stillness lives her strength. In her awareness lives her freedom. And in her refusal to let disrespect distort her peace, she becomes the living embodiment of spiritual wisdom, an unshakable force of consciousness, grace, and divine self-respect. Have you ever faced disrespect and chosen peace instead of reaction? If so, share your story in the comments below. Your experience might inspire someone today. And if you're still learning to master your emotional sovereignty, comment, "I choose calm over chaos," to begin your journey of spiritual awakening and self-respect. 2. Emotional triggers as portals for inner healing. Disrespect is not just an insult, it is a mirror that reveals the wounds still unhealed within you. When someone disrespects you, it triggers echoes of old pain buried deep in your subconscious. Instead of directing your energy toward the person who hurt you, spirituality invites you to turn inward and ask yourself, what old pain is being activated? In moments like these, the spiritually awakened woman does not react impulsively. She pauses, breathes, and observes the emotion rising inside her. She understands that disrespect is not random. It is a sacred signal, guiding her toward the next layer of her spiritual development. As Carl Jung once said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate." Every emotional trigger is a call from your inner child, a request to look closer, to heal the parts of yourself that still remember being silenced, rejected, or overlooked. When you shift your attention from judgment to awareness, disrespect becomes a teacher instead of a threat. You begin to see how projection operates, and you recognize that what you accuse others of might be reflecting your own fears and insecurities. The awakened woman uses this awareness not to blame, but to grow. She studies the emotions that surface and listens to their message. Each moment of discomfort becomes an opportunity for transformation, a step deeper into authenticity. This is the essence of spiritual development, learning to respond instead of react, to observe without being consumed, to see pain as an ally rather than an enemy. By staying present with your emotions, you dissolve the illusions that feed your suffering. Presence teaches you that no external disrespect can define your worth. It can only expose where your boundaries have been too flexible or where your self-respect needs reinforcement. In spirituality, strength does not mean hardness. It means softness with direction. You can forgive without allowing access, love without losing yourself, and walk away without bitterness. The spiritually awakened woman learns that forgiveness without boundaries is not love. It is self-abandonment. Her growth lies in her ability to stand firm in her truth while keeping her heart open. She knows that grace is not about tolerating harm, but about transmuting pain into wisdom. When you face disrespect, see it as an emotional mirror showing where you still need to protect and honor yourself. Breathe before reacting. Name what you feel and trace it back to its roots. Was it a memory of being ignored as a child, or a time when your voice was dismissed? These reflections illuminate the path toward inner freedom. Once you tend to those old wounds with compassion, disrespect loses its power over you. What once would have shattered your peace now becomes fuel for your awakening. Through each trigger, you refine your energy, clarify your standards, and embody a higher vibration. True spiritual development means no longer outsourcing your self-worth to others. You no longer need external validation to feel valuable. When disrespect arises, you stay calm because you understand the lesson. It is not about changing others, but about mastering your own energy. Healing through these emotional portals leads you to profound self-respect. You start treating yourself with the same reverence you once demanded from others. This is when spirituality becomes embodied, not an abstract belief, but a living practice of peace, power, and presence. The lesson is simple yet profound. Every emotional trigger is a teacher. Let disrespect remind you to return home to your breath, your body, and your boundaries. Honor your emotions without drowning in them. Speak your truth with clarity, not cruelty. Choose presence over reaction, because every time you do, you rise higher in your spiritual development, turning pain into purpose and wounds into wisdom. 3. Letting go of the need to explain or prove worth. When a spiritually awakened woman faces disrespect, she no longer tries to explain herself, prove her worth, or beg for recognition. She has learned through spiritual wisdom that her energy speaks louder than words. Carl Jung once said, "The privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are." And when she fully embodies that truth, she no longer needs to defend it. She understands that not everyone has the consciousness to perceive her depth, and that people see only from the level of their own awareness. Trying to make them understand would only drain her spirit. So instead of wasting energy on explanations, she chooses peace. She lets her silence speak volumes, and that silence becomes her language of power. She realizes that the need to justify herself is a remnant of her unhealed self, a shadow of the girl who once needed to be seen. But now she sees herself clearly. Through her awakening, she recognizes that over-explaining is a form of self-abandonment, a way of seeking permission to exist. She stops doing that. She chooses dignity over validation, calm over chaos, and truth over approval. When someone disrespects her, she no longer reacts with emotion or tries to convince them otherwise. Instead, she observes with awareness, knowing that disrespect is not a reflection of her inadequacy, but of another person's limitation. She understood what Jung meant when he said, "Everything that irritates us about others can lead us to an understanding of ourselves." So she lets every moment of disrespect become a mirror, a teacher, and a chance to refine her boundaries. The more she grows, the less she feels the urge to defend her energy. She learns that self-worth doesn't need proof, it radiates naturally through presence. Her silence, her composure, and her ability to walk away without resentment are now her greatest strengths. The awakened woman no longer seeks peace from others. She becomes peace itself. And when she walks away, she doesn't do it to punish anyone. She does it to honor her spirit. This act of quiet withdrawal becomes her highest form of self-respect. She understands that walking away is not a loss, but a declaration. My energy is sacred, and I will not spend it explaining what only awakened hearts can feel. Through this spiritual awakening, she embodies the wisdom Carl Jung spent a lifetime exploring, the process of individuation, of becoming whole and integrated within herself. She doesn't need the world to recognize her anymore because she has recognized herself. And that inner recognition gives her the strength to move through life with unshakable grace. Disrespect no longer breaks her. It reveals how deeply she is healed. Her energy, her stillness, and her authenticity now speak louder than any defense ever could. And in this quiet mastery, she discovers that the most powerful language a woman can ever speak is silence shaped by spiritual wisdom. Comment below. I no longer need to prove my worth. If you're ready to embody this truth and rise in your spiritual power, let this be your affirmation of freedom and self-respect. 4. Boundaries are embodied, not just spoken. A spiritually awakened woman no longer wastes energy trying to convince others of her worth because she embodies it in every breath, gesture, and silence. Her power is not in words, but in presence. Carl Jung once said, "The privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are." And she has lived long enough in self-denial to understand that becoming her true self requires no justification. She no longer explains why she deserves respect. Her energy declares it. When her spirit senses dissonance, her body feels it first. A tightening in the chest, a sinking in the gut, a subtle contraction that tells her something is off. She has learned to honor that signal as sacred guidance. This is not arrogance, but deep spiritual wisdom, a recognition that the body is the temple through which the soul speaks. So when she withdraws from places where her peace is disturbed, she isn't avoiding conflict, she's choosing alignment. Her silence, her stillness, her graceful exit all speak louder than any confrontation could. She understands that boundaries are not things she needs to announce. They are energies she inhabits. This realization is born from her journey through spiritual awakening, where she learned that every act of self-abandonment is a quiet form of self-betrayal. Instead of forcing connection or proving her goodness, she lets go with love. Her departure is her declaration that not every space deserves her sacred presence. She no longer stays in rooms where her intuition whispers, "Leave." Jung believed that the body is not separate from the psyche. It is its living expression, and she embodies that truth effortlessly. Her spiritual boundaries are not imagined or spoken. They are felt. You can sense them in the way she enters a room, calm but unshakable, soft yet invincible. Those who are attuned can feel her energy before she speaks, an aura of clarity that commands respect without demand. She no longer confuses compassion with tolerance. Through spirituality, she has learned that peace cannot exist where her soul feels unseen. So when disrespect appears, she doesn't react, she removes. Her withdrawal is not weakness, but wisdom, a subtle alchemy of the soul that transforms pain into power. There is no coming to consciousness without pain, Jung reminded us, and she has transmuted that pain into awareness. She knows that arguing for her worth only diminishes it, so she allows her energy to teach the lesson her words no longer need to. When her body says no, she listens. When her spirit says it's time, she goes. Her absence becomes her boundary, and her peace becomes her proof. In this state of spiritual awakening, she radiates a quiet authority that no one can fake. Her essence itself becomes her language, her vibration, her message. She no longer needs to control how others perceive her, because her focus has turned inward to the divine equilibrium that comes when one is fully aligned with self-respect. Her boundaries are the invisible architecture of her freedom. formed not from ego, but from self-honor. She embodies the truth that love without respect is an illusion, and peace without boundaries is impossible. And through every choice she makes to honor her energy, she reminds the world of what Jung meant when he said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life, and you will call it fate." She has made her unconscious conscious, and now her energy itself speaks her truth, clear, grounded, untouchable. 5. Withdrawal is wisdom, not weakness. Withdrawal is wisdom, not weakness. When you choose to walk away from disrespect, you are not abandoning love. You are choosing alignment. You are not running from confrontation. You are rising above confusion. Conscious withdrawal from toxic relationships is not a collapse of strength, but a declaration of self-respect, a sacred turning inward that protects your peace and restores your power. In spirituality and spiritual development, this act becomes a form of prayer, a silent vow to no longer betray yourself for the sake of belonging. An awakened woman knows that what drains her energy cannot carry her toward destiny. She no longer clings to people or places that dim her light, because she understands that attachment without reciprocity is spiritual erosion. Carl Jung once said, "Individuation means becoming who you truly are, even if it means disappointing others." To live this truth is to let go of the illusion that harmony requires self-abandonment. It means learning that peace is not maintained by constant compromise, but by the courage to stand in authenticity. When you step back from disrespect, you are not creating distance. You are creating space for your soul to breathe. You stop explaining yourself to those who only listen to argue, and you stop begging for validation from those committed to misunderstanding you. This quiet withdrawal is not coldness, it is clarity. You recognize that not every battle deserves your fire, and not every connection deserves your presence. In this stillness, your nervous system begins to recover. You sleep deeper. You smile easier. You remember what it feels like to be safe in your own energy. You begin to fill your life with peace rather than noise, and you start to attract people who speak the same emotional language as your spirit. That is spiritual maturity, the point where you no longer seek to convince, but to coexist, no longer chase closure, but embody completion. And when guilt rises, whisper to it, "I am choosing peace, not punishment. I am choosing to honor the divine within me." Your boundaries are not walls. They are gates that protect sacred ground. Your silence is not surrender. It is strength. And your distance is not rejection. It is redirection. Spiritual development teaches you that walking away can be the loudest form of love for yourself, for your truth, and even for those who are not yet ready to meet you where you stand. Each act of withdrawal becomes a seed of renewal. You are not losing anyone. You are finding yourself. You are not ending something. You are evolving beyond it. You are not closing a chapter in fear. You are writing a new one in faith. You do not owe lifelong access to those who repeatedly dishonor your spirit. You owe yourself protection, rest, and grace. You owe your energy to the spaces where it is respected, not drained. To withdraw is to remember your worth without needing permission. To walk away is to choose growth over guilt. To stay aligned is to live as the woman you were always meant to become whole, peaceful, and free. If this message resonates with your spirit, take a moment to like, subscribe, and share your reflections in the comments below. Let's walk this journey of spiritual wisdom together, remembering that withdrawal is not weakness, but the purest form of strength. 6. Disrespect as alchemical fuel for transformation. When a spiritually awakened woman encounters disrespect, she doesn't crumble under its weight. She transforms it. To her, disrespect is not a curse, but an alchemical ingredient, a sacred substance that can be transmuted into wisdom, strength, and clarity. Carl Jung once said, "There is no coming to consciousness without pain," and she lives by this truth. She understands that every painful encounter, every cutting word, and every dismissive gesture holds within it the potential for awakening. Instead of reacting with bitterness, she becomes still. She observes without judgment, seeing that the one who disrespects her is often trapped within their own unconscious shadows. Through spiritual wisdom, she recognizes that people project what they cannot accept within themselves, and this recognition frees her from taking their behavior personally. Rather than drowning in emotional turmoil, she channels that energy inward, using it as fuel to refine her soul and strengthen her inner foundation. Disrespect, for her, becomes a teacher dressed in disguise. It reveals where her boundaries need fortifying and where remnants of self-doubt still live within her. Each moment of disrespect is like fire meeting gold. It burns away illusions and purifies her essence. She no longer seeks to convince others of her worth, because her worth is not negotiable. Instead, she stands firm, dignified, and untouchable. She has learned that silence can speak louder than defense, and that walking away can be the most powerful declaration of self-respect. When people attempt to devalue her, they unknowingly hand her the tools to rise higher. The sting that once broke her now awakens her. The rejection that once wounded her now liberates her. She begins to understand that life's most painful experiences are not punishments, but invitations to step deeper into her power. Jung's alchemical metaphor beautifully describes her journey. She takes the lead of suffering and transforms it into the gold of understanding. The process is not easy. It requires awareness, courage, and faith. But through spiritual awakening, she realizes that disrespect is never about her. It's a mirror reflecting the other person's unresolved pain. This understanding dissolves resentment and replaces it with compassion. Not pity, but compassion rooted in strength. The kind that says, "I see your darkness, but I will not let it touch my light." She learns that true empowerment does not come from control, but from emotional sovereignty. The more she masters her reactions, the more she becomes unshakable. She understands that to be disrespected and still remain in peace is the highest form of spiritual maturity. Through this alchemical process, the awakened woman becomes her own healer and her own protector. Her energy no longer bends to external chaos. It expands with grace. She walks with quiet confidence, knowing that every trial has shaped her into someone unbreakable. Her wisdom radiates through her calmness. She no longer needs to fight for respect because her very presence demands it. Every act of disrespect she has endured becomes a stepping stone toward mastery. Each lesson refining her emotional intelligence and deepening her spiritual wisdom. She forgives not because she condones the harm, but because she refuses to let bitterness occupy her heart. Forgiveness, for her, is freedom. She embodies Jung's insight that the privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are. And in facing disrespect, she has become just that, an alchemist of her own soul, turning pain into gold, shadow into light, and disrespect into divine transformation. 7. From external validation to inner authority. A spiritually awakened woman no longer seeks to be validated by the world because she has already found what the world cannot give herself. She has walked through the fire of disappointment, judgment, and misunderstanding and has come out with something more precious than approval: inner authority. Her worth is no longer negotiable. It does not rise or fall with someone's opinion, nor does it shrink when others fail to see her light. As Carl Jung said, the privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are. And through her spiritual awakening, she has discovered that truth in its raw, liberating form. When others disrespect her, she no longer reacts with pain, but with perception. She sees their behavior as a reflection of their own unconscious shadows, not as a mirror of her value. The disrespect that once cut deep now only clarifies her discernment. It shows her who to trust, who to release, and where to protect her peace. Her transformation is the embodiment of spirituality in motion. She no longer needs to explain herself or prove her goodness to be accepted. The silence that once felt heavy with loneliness now feels rich with divine companionship. She moves differently, speaks differently, and carries herself with a grace that comes from knowing she no longer has anything to prove. Jung called this the realization of the self, a sacred union between the conscious and the unconscious, the light and the shadow. From this inner harmony, her quiet strength begins to radiate. People may not understand why she feels different, but they can sense it. Her presence has a magnetic calm that draws respect without demanding it. Her power is subtle yet undeniable. It's in her eyes, her energy, her refusal to be moved by chaos. This is spiritual wisdom in its purest form, a state where one no longer needs to control the world because one has mastered the self. Every experience of disrespect becomes alchemy for her soul. Instead of internalizing others' projections, she transmutes them into self-awareness. She understands that every judgment she receives reveals something about the one who gives it, not the one who receives it. She no longer needs to fight, explain, or conform. Her boundaries are clear, her energy sacred, and her silence powerful. When someone tries to diminish her, she does not shrink. She expands inwardly. She listens, not to defend herself, but to understand where compassion can replace resentment. As Jung once wrote, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate." Through awakening, she has brought her unconscious wounds into the light, and now they no longer control her. They serve her growth. She no longer measures her worth through comparison or competition. The approval she once sought from others has been replaced by an unshakable trust in divine timing and inner truth. Her peace no longer depends on circumstances because she lives from the inside out. This is not arrogance, but alignment, not pride, but presence. When she faces disrespect now, she does not fall into despair. She observes it like a passing cloud and returns to the stillness of her own being. Her energy teaches what her words do not, that true empowerment is silent, grounded, and sovereign. She is not driven by ego, but guided by spirit. She is not fighting for recognition, but radiating understanding. And in doing so, she becomes living proof of what Jung described as individuation, the full integration of one's soul, the point where authenticity replaces approval and peace becomes power. To affirm your devotion to inner authority, speak it into existence. Comment below, "I trust my inner voice," as a declaration that you no longer need external validation. Let your words remind others that true power begins within. When a spiritually awakened woman faces disrespect, she no longer reacts from pain, she responds from awareness. She understands that every insult reveals more about the other person's inner conflict than her own worth. True awakening is not about fighting back, but about standing firm in grace, clarity, and self-respect. Remember, your light does not dim when others fail to see it. It simply exposes what they have yet to heal. If this message resonates with you, please like, share, and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom. And turn on notifications so you never miss our upcoming videos on spirituality, transformation, and inner awakening. Carl Jung warned about the danger of seeing what others can't. Your vision will become clear only when you can look into your own heart. Who looks outside dreams. Who looks inside awakes. Carl Jung. There comes a time in every seeker's life when seeing what others cannot is both a blessing and a burden. When your awareness expands beyond the surface, you begin to perceive hidden motives, unspoken emotions, and subtle energies that most overlook. Jung warned that such perception demands responsibility. It's not just about seeing deeper truths, but learning how to live with them without losing your peace. As you listen to this message, ask yourself, how do you handle what your soul sees that others don't? Share your thoughts in the comments, and let's explore together how spiritual wisdom can help us turn heightened awareness into strength, compassion, and inner balance. 1. The gift of clear seeing is also a curse. Some people are born with heightened perception. They can sense the unspoken emotions, tensions, and hidden truths in others. Society calls this intuition or empathy a gift. But Carl Jung warned that this form of deep perception carries danger within it. Once you begin to see beneath illusions, you cannot unsee. The eyes of the spirit never close, and the heart that awakens can no longer return to the comfort of ignorance. This is the paradox of spiritual awakening. The more you see, the more isolated you may feel, because few can understand the depth of what you perceive. When your awareness expands, you start noticing what others overlook: the subtle shifts in energy, the falseness behind smiles, the loneliness behind laughter. Spirituality teaches that the awakened soul moves through the world like a mirror, reflecting truth without distortion. But that clarity can be unsettling to those still attached to illusion. You begin to realize that truth is not always beautiful, and that the human mind clings to lies for safety. Seeing through masks means losing the comfort of naivete, and suddenly the world feels heavier, more fragile, more real. Jung warned that such perception can lead to despair, or pride despair, because you feel the pain of humanity too deeply, and pride because you might mistake your awareness for superiority. Yet true spiritual wisdom lies in holding vision with humility, seeing darkness without becoming it, understanding without judging. To see what others can't is not a privilege to boast about, but a responsibility to carry with grace. This level of perception demands emotional discipline. the ability to witness suffering without drowning in it, to feel others' pain without absorbing it. The spiritually awake walk between worlds, the visible and the invisible, the known and the mysterious. Their senses pick up frequencies that ordinary minds filter out, and this can be overwhelming. But in every burden lies purpose. The danger Jung spoke of is not the act of seeing itself, but losing one's balance in the process. When people around you deny what you clearly perceive, you begin to doubt yourself, to wonder if you are too sensitive or too strange. Yet, in truth, your sensitivity is your compass. It allows you to navigate the emotional landscapes of others and understand the hidden architecture of human behavior. Spirituality reminds us that awakening is not about escaping the world, but perceiving it as it truly is. The moment you see beyond illusion, life demands more honesty from you in thought, in speech, in action. You can no longer lie to yourself, no longer participate in games of pretense. This is where the gift becomes sacred, when vision turns into compassion and awareness becomes service. The spiritually awake are called not to judge those who still sleep, but to illuminate their path quietly through presence and understanding. Seeing what others can't is both a burden and a blessing. It strips away false comfort, but replaces it with divine truth. Carl Jung understood that once the eyes of the soul are open, they can never close again. To see deeply is to carry light in a darkened world, to recognize patterns of energy that shape destiny, and to stand unshaken amid illusion. The danger is real, but so is the grace, because spiritual awakening is not about escaping the human condition, but transcending it with wisdom, love, and humility. 2. The first danger, isolation. When you begin to see what others can't, you step into a world that feels both liberating and isolating. The noise of small talk begins to fade, and the social masks people wear start to look paper thin. It's not pride, it's perception. You begin to sense the truth behind words, energy behind actions, and intention behind silence. This heightened awareness, while a sign of spiritual development, separates you from the collective illusion. People can feel it when your gaze sees too much. They grow uncomfortable, exposed, almost naked before your intuition. Like actors disturbed by someone who breaks the illusion of the play, they retreat from those who refuse to pretend. Carl Jung warned of this danger, the loneliness of consciousness, the invisible wall that forms when one awakens to what others deny. You start to move through life as an observer rather than a participant, nodding through hollow conversations, laughing without feeling, and playing roles to maintain a fragile sense of belonging. But deep within, your spirit resists. You crave depth, truth, presence. You no longer wish to talk about the weather. You want to speak about the soul. Spirituality strips away your appetite for distraction. It teaches you to see the emptiness in noise and the power in stillness. Isolation begins to feel less like exile and more like sacred preparation. In the silence, your senses sharpen. You feel the vibration of energy in spaces, the emotional signatures of people, the silent messages in the air. The world grows transparent, and while others see only appearances, you perceive the invisible web of consciousness beneath it all. In this solitude, you learn self-sufficiency. You begin to draw nourishment from peace rather than attention, from prayer rather than approval. The loneliness turns into lightness. You discover that your worth no longer depends on being understood, but on being aligned. Jung once said, "The privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are." And that becoming requires detaching from illusions that masquerade as love or belonging. Many will not follow you into that depth. They will stay where their masks keep them safe. But your task is not to pull them with you. It is to honor their journey while continuing your own. The danger of seeing what others can't is not the solitude itself, but the misunderstanding that comes with it. You may be labeled distant, strange, or detached, but in truth, you are simply resonating at a different frequency. You see the hidden pain behind people's smiles, the fear behind their laughter, the truth behind their excuses, and it hurts because you care. But spirituality refines that pain into compassion. You stop judging blindness and start holding it gently, knowing that everyone awakens when they are ready. Isolation, then, becomes a teacher rather than a curse, a crucible through which your awareness matures. The lesson is clear. As your inner vision expands, your external world narrows. Yet this contraction is divine. It is life sculpting you into clarity. The fewer people who understand you, the closer you are to understanding yourself. And in that sacred silence, you realize that seeing what others can't was never meant to isolate you. It was meant to return you home to your own soul. 3. The second danger: self-doubt and inner split. When you begin to perceive uncomfortable truths that others cannot see, you stand at a fragile crossroads between expression and silence. If you choose to speak, you risk being misunderstood, rejected, or even ridiculed by those who are still asleep within their illusions. But if you remain silent, you slowly disconnect from your own truth, betraying the very light that awakened you in the first place. This is the silent battle Carl Jung described, the inner split that occurs when awareness and conformity collide. One part of you knows what is real, while another part is forced to pretend it doesn't, creating an invisible wound that quietly drains your soul. Carl Jung once said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate." When you see beyond the veil of illusions, it is impossible to return to blindness without paying a heavy psychological cost. You begin to live between two worlds, one of truth and one of pretense, and this tension can make you doubt your own sanity. You ask yourself why you perceive what others cannot, why the world resists the very insight that feels so liberating to you. Yet this confusion is not madness. It is the necessary friction of transformation. It is the soul's growing pain as it expands beyond collective limitation. Spiritual wisdom teaches that every awakening comes with an inner test. The moment you see deeply, you must decide whether you will remain faithful to what you know or conform to what the world demands. Doubt will whisper that your vision is wrong, that you are imagining things, that silence is safer. But suppression breeds suffering. It divides your being into fragments, one half carrying truth, the other acting out false peace. And this inner division can become heavier than any external rejection. To heal it, you must learn to stand in integrity, to let your insight breathe even when it is met with disbelief. Carl Jung believed that spiritual awakening was not about escaping the world, but reconciling its opposites within yourself. You must learn to see without arrogance, to know without judgment, to speak truth without resentment. The goal is not to convince others, but to remain whole in your understanding. The spiritually awake are not meant to be loud prophets. They are meant to be steady lights, silent, clear, and unwavering in their truth. So when the pressure of self-doubt builds, remember that your inner conflict is proof of your growth. You are not broken. You are becoming aligned. The world may not yet see what you see, but your clarity has purpose. Every moment you choose truth over comfort, you heal the split within, and that is where real spiritual awakening begins. If this message has opened your eyes to a deeper truth within, take a moment to ground your energy. Comment below. I trust my inner wisdom to affirm your faith in yourself and your spiritual awakening. 4. The third danger, becoming the target. People who resist the truth often turn their discomfort into weapons against the one who dares to see. When you awaken spiritually, your perception becomes too sharp for the comfort of those still asleep. They will call you too sensitive, negative, or paranoid, not because you are, but because your clarity threatens their illusion. Carl Jung described this reaction as shooting the messenger, the mind's instinct to destroy what exposes its shadow. You, the awakened observer, become the target not because of wrongdoing, but because awareness itself is unsettling to those who live in denial. The world prefers its illusions neat and unchallenged, and when someone walks in with light, the first impulse is to shut their eyes and blame the light bringer. It is easier for them to brand you as strange than to face their own hidden pain. Spiritual awakening is not a gentle dream. It's an earthquake of consciousness. It shakes the false foundations on which people have built their comfort. The moment you begin to see beyond appearances, you begin to disturb the energy of those around you. Your vibration no longer matches theirs, and this difference feels like a threat. They sense your authenticity, your piercing calm, and unconsciously, their ego panics. It wants to silence the reminder that truth exists beyond masks. Jung understood that every person carries a shadow, the unseen parts of the psyche that prefer darkness. When your awareness shines too brightly, you reveal what others spend their lives trying to hide. Their defensiveness, mockery, or withdrawal are simply shields against that light. You are not being punished for seeing you are paying the natural price of vision. When others accuse you of being too deep, too intense, or too serious, recognize it as a sign that your presence is working. You are forcing reflection. Jung once said, "Everything that irritates us about others can lead us to an understanding of ourselves." When your insight provokes resistance, it's not rejection, it's recognition. You've become a mirror, and mirrors make people uncomfortable when they've forgotten what they look like. Spirituality often feels lonely because truth isolates before it liberates. You start seeing through facades, feeling energy where others only see form, and noticing motives hidden beneath words. Suddenly, noise becomes unbearable, small talk becomes hollow, and you long for silence not as escape, but as nourishment. This isolation, however, is not punishment. It is preparation. You are being refined, not rejected. Spiritual awakening demands emotional resilience and self-trust. You must learn to hold the truth gently, without using it to judge or separate. Remember, your role is not to force others to see, but to embody clarity until they choose sight. Let solitude teach you serenity. Let rejection strengthen your discernment. As Jung wrote, "The privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are." Hold to that privilege fiercely. Even when misunderstood, Your awareness is sacred. It is the evidence of your evolution, the sign that your consciousness has stepped beyond illusion. You may become the target, but in truth, you are the torch illuminating what others fear to face, yet need to see to awaken. If this message has awakened something within you, leave a comment of truth. I see what others can't, yet I choose peace over fear. I trust in my spiritual wisdom. 5. The fourth danger: emotional overload and loss of self. When you step into the path of spirituality and begin to awaken, one of the most dangerous yet invisible traps is emotional overload and the slow, painful loss of your true self. The deeper your spiritual development becomes, the more your empathy expands, and suddenly you start to feel the pain, fear, and confusion of others as if they were your own. Their sadness creeps into your heart. Their anger burns through your peace, and their anxiety clouds your mind. This constant absorption blurs your inner boundaries until you no longer know which emotions belong to you and which belong to the world around you. You wake up exhausted, restless, and unsure why. This is the heavy cost of awakening without protection, when your compassion turns into a magnet for other people's unresolved energies. Carl Jung once warned that the meeting of two personalities is like the contact of two chemical substances. If there is any reaction, both are transformed. When you allow too many energies to react with yours, you slowly dissolve into the emotions of others. To truly walk the path of spiritual wisdom, you must understand that being aware does not mean being available to everything. When your energy field is too open, you absorb every vibration around you, and your natural light becomes dim under the weight of collective emotion. Many spiritually awakened souls mistake sensitivity for compassion, but they are not the same. Compassion allows you to feel with others while staying anchored in your own center. Sensitivity without boundaries, however, is like standing in the rain with no shelter. You drown instead of cleanse. Spiritual development requires not only the expansion of consciousness, but also the mastery of energy. The higher you rise, the stronger your foundation must be. Without emotional discipline, awareness becomes a burden, and enlightenment feels more like a curse than a blessing. You must learn the sacred balance between empathy and detachment. Empathy lets you understand the suffering of others, but detachment allows you to remain a mirror reflecting truth without absorbing chaos. Remember, you are not meant to carry everyone's darkness inside your soul. Your purpose is to transform your own, so your light can illuminate the path for others. True spirituality is not about absorbing pain. It is about transmuting it. To do that, you need boundaries strong, energetic walls that protect your essence while allowing love to flow freely. Boundaries do not make you cold. They make your warmth sustainable. You cannot heal the world by letting it bleed into you. So, ground yourself daily. Spend time alone in silence or nature to cleanse your field and listen to your own energy again. Breathe deeply and imagine a radiant light surrounding you, your divine armor, filtering out what doesn't belong to your soul. Take care of your emotional hygiene as you would your body. Release what feels heavy, detach from what drains you, and return to your own vibration. As Jung said, until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate. Awareness must be matched with mastery. The lesson here is profound spirituality is not about becoming everything, but about remembering who you are amidst everything. You can love deeply without losing yourself, sense energy without absorbing it, and see what others can't without being consumed by it. That is the true art of spiritual development. To feel the universe, yet remain whole within yourself. 6. The true danger lies not in seeing, but in fixing. Carl Jung's spiritual wisdom reminds us that the true danger does not lie in seeing what others can't, but in the urge to fix everything we see. When your spiritual awakening sharpens your vision, you begin to notice the hidden wounds, the unconscious motives, and the subtle patterns that govern human behavior. Yet, the moment you try to heal, correct, or save everyone around you, you fall into the very trap that Jung warned against: the illusion of control, disguised as compassion. Awareness is a gift, but it is not a responsibility. To awaken is to witness, not to interfere. Like muddy water that becomes clear when left undisturbed, people and situations often find their own balance without your hand stirring the depths. The more you try to force clarity, the more you create chaos. True spiritual wisdom teaches that energy flows where attention goes. And when your attention is constantly on fixing others, you drain your own light instead of expanding it. You may feel called to heal others because you recognize their pain, but healing imposed from ego creates dependency, not transformation. Jung understood that every soul must confront its own darkness in order to awaken. You can offer light, but you cannot carry someone through their night. The privilege of a lifetime, he said, is to become who you truly are. That journey is deeply personal. No one can walk it for another. When you accept this truth, your compassion becomes freer, purer, and less attached to outcomes. You start to see that every person's suffering has divine timing, and your role is not to fix, but to hold sacred space while they discover their own wisdom. The danger of seeing what others can't is that you may mistake your insight for obligation. But spiritual awakening is not about rescuing. It's about remembering that light needs darkness to reveal its brilliance. That pain can be a sacred teacher, and that letting go is sometimes the highest form of love. When you stop trying to control life's unfolding, you realize that stillness is not inaction. It is trust. Like the calm observer watching the water clear on its own, you allow energy to settle into harmony. This is the balance Carl Jung spoke of: to see deeply without losing yourself in what you see. The moment you release the need to fix, you finally embody the wisdom that everything heals in its own time, and that your purpose is not to stir the mud, but to reflect the light. Don't forget to subscribe for more spiritual wisdom on learning to see clearly without trying to fix what was never yours to heal. 7. The path to mastery, conscious detachment. True spiritual maturity lies in the art of conscious detachment, the ability to see life with piercing clarity without being consumed by it. Carl Jung, a master of depth psychology, warned that until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate. In the journey of spirituality and spiritual awakening, this truth becomes your compass. It reminds you that awareness is not about control. It is about harmony with what is. You begin to see that the moment you release the need to manipulate outcomes, you open yourself to divine flow. You perceive the suffering of others not as something to fix, but as a sacred process unfolding according to its own rhythm. This awareness transforms your vision into compassion. It becomes a gift of freedom instead of a weapon of judgment. As you awaken, you learn that detachment is not emotional distance, but spiritual intimacy. It is loving without ownership, guiding without interference, and witnessing without ego. It is the space where understanding replaces judgment and patience replaces control. Jung understood the danger of seeing too deeply without grounding, how insight without surrender can become a burden. Those who awaken too quickly may feel the weight of others' pain as their own, mistaking awareness for responsibility. But true spiritual wisdom teaches that you are not meant to carry another's cross. Each soul must rise by its own strength. When you stop trying to save everyone, you begin to embody divine compassion, the kind that liberates rather than entangles. You realize that every person's suffering is a lesson shaped by divine design, and by allowing them to walk their own path, you honor their growth and your own peace. This is the silent mastery of the awakened soul. To hold awareness lightly, to know deeply but act gently, to see chaos and still remain still within. You understand that the world does not need more saviors. It needs more witnesses of light, those who can observe the darkness without fearing it. You see now that people project from their level of consciousness, and your role is not to convince, but to reflect truth. You stop explaining yourself to those who cannot hear beyond their wounds, because you know that clarity speaks loudest in silence. And you stop rushing others to awaken, because real light blinds those not yet ready to see. Spiritual awakening strips away your illusion of control until only presence remains. The calm acceptance that life, in all its imperfection, is perfectly timed. The path to mastery, then, is a serene walk between knowing and letting go. It is the sacred practice of seeing the hidden layers of existence without collapsing into them, of recognizing the divine hand in both pain and peace. Conscious detachment does not make you cold. It makes you clear. It does not numb your heart. It refines it. Through this state, your awareness becomes luminous and unbound, a steady flame that illuminates without burning. You become a vessel through which divine wisdom flows, seeing not with judgment, but with love, not with fear, but with faith. In this way, your sight becomes a blessing, your stillness a sanctuary, and your presence a living testimony to the highest form of spiritual wisdom. 8. The importance of boundaries and solitude. To maintain true clarity in spirituality and spiritual development, solitude is not a luxury, it is a necessity. You must retreat into silence, not to escape the world, but to hear the voice within that the world constantly drowns out. When you are alone, you can finally separate what you feel from what others have placed upon you. You begin to sense which emotions truly belong to your soul and which are borrowed from the energy of those around you. In solitude, your spiritual boundaries are restored, like a garden protected once again by its walls. Without this sacred space, your energy becomes scattered, and you start mistaking the emotions of others for your own, losing yourself in the noise of collective confusion. Carl Jung understood this deeply when he said, "Solitude is for me a fount of healing, which makes my life worth living." In solitude, you meet yourself again raw, unfiltered, and real. You realize that peace does not come from fixing what is outside of you, but from clearing what is within. Every moment spent alone strengthens your energetic field, Every breath of silence refines your inner voice. But Jung also warned of the danger of seeing too much without grounding, of having such sharp vision that it cuts into your own soul. That is why solitude must not become isolation. It must be practiced as sacred restoration, a balance between the clarity of awareness and the warmth of human experience. When you set boundaries, you protect your soul's equilibrium. You teach others how to treat your energy, and you remind yourself that your inner world deserves respect. Boundaries are not walls that separate you from life. They are doors that open only to peace, love, and understanding. Solitude strengthens those doors. It teaches you when to open them and when to keep them closed. The more you honor your time alone, the more you understand that stillness is not emptiness. It is fullness, overflowing with truth. Through solitude, you see without judgment, listen without noise, and live without distortion. You stop reacting and start perceiving. You no longer carry the burdens of others as your own, because you've learned to return every emotion to its rightful owner. This is the essence of spiritual maturity, the ability to see clearly without being crushed by your own clarity. It is to know deeply, feel deeply, and yet remain unshaken. In solitude, your spirit finds its rhythm again. Your heart remembers its peace, and your mind learns the beautiful discipline of silence. And in that silence, you finally realize that protecting your energy is not withdrawal. It is devotion to the light that lives within you. To honor your growth and protect your peace, declare your devotion to solitude and self-mastery. Comment below, "I protect my energy," to affirm your boundaries and remind others that true spiritual wisdom begins in silence and self-awareness. 9. The transformation from curse to light. When awareness merges with wisdom and compassion, the so-called curse of seeing what others can't turns into a blessing of light. You stop trying to force others to awaken and instead embody the quiet power of awakened presence. This is the transformation Carl Jung hinted at when he said, "Who looks outside, dreams. Who looks inside, awakes." You begin to understand that awakening is not about changing the world around you, but about holding your consciousness steady in the midst of it. When you stop trying to convince others, something miraculous happens. Your calm energy becomes the very mirror that helps them awaken on their own. Spiritual wisdom teaches that true transformation doesn't need to be loud. It is felt through presence, through how you move, speak, and breathe in truth. As this realization deepens, your purpose changes. You no longer see yourself as the savior of the sleeping world, but as the one who remains awake within it. You notice that your greatest teaching is not your words, but your energy. Instead of draining yourself, trying to rescue others from their darkness, you honor their timing. Jung once said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life, and you will call it fate." You see now that your role is not to expose their shadows, but to illuminate your own. The more you integrate your awareness with compassion, the more peace replaces frustration, and the danger of seeing too much transforms into the grace of understanding everything's purpose. You stop seeking validation from those who cannot yet see. You no longer confuse closeness with alignment. The beauty of this path is subtle. Your presence begins to heal without effort. Your silence teaches without instruction, and your truth becomes an invisible balm for weary souls. You start to live by gentle principles: presence over performance, compassion over control, timing over urgency, and boundaries over resentment. You understand that a steady light is far more powerful than a blazing flash. Every breath becomes a quiet declaration of faith that awakening cannot be forced, only reflected. This is what Carl Jung called individuation, the journey of becoming who you truly are. When you embody that truth, you no longer fear being different or alone. Your awareness becomes your sanctuary, your compassion becomes your power, and your peace becomes your protection. The curse of seeing turns to light the moment you accept that your task was never to fix the world, but to live so consciously that the world begins to remember what consciousness looks like. In the end, Carl Jung reminded us that seeing what others can't is both a blessing and a burden. True spiritual wisdom lies not in convincing others of what we see, but in protecting our own vision and nurturing the light within. If today's message has spoken to your soul, remember to like this video, share it with those walking a similar path, and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom. Turn on the notification bell so you never miss our next journey into the depths of the spirit and the mind. Seven clear signs that you are a light worker. There are two ways of spreading light: to be the candle or the mirror that reflects it. Edith Wharton. Welcome to Spiritual Wisdom. If you've ever felt different from those around you, driven by a deep desire to help, heal, and illuminate the world, you may be a light worker without even realizing it. Today, we're exploring 7 clear signs that you are a light worker, inspired by the insights of Carl Jung and the spiritual calling within your soul. As you listen, notice which signs resonate with you. Comment below and share your experience, because your light, no matter how unique, is meant to be seen, felt, and shared. Let's begin this journey of awakening and personal transformation together. 1. Deep inner mission to spread light. Light workers are souls who feel a deep inner mission to spread light into the world, a calling rooted in spirituality and the desire to elevate humanity towards spiritual awakening. They carry within them an unwavering urge to guide others toward healing, love, freedom, and spiritual growth. And this mission becomes a quiet rhythm that influences every choice they make. It shows up in their compassion that goes beyond what is required, in their ability to sense where peace is needed, and in the comfort they bring, even when they have no words. This calling is not loud or dramatic. Rather, it lives like a steady flame in the heart, reminding them that they are meant to be a source of clarity and hope in a world that often forgets its own light. Because their mission comes from within, light workers frequently feel different from those around them. They sense early in life that they do not fully belong to the conventional structures society creates, And this difference can feel isolating before it becomes empowering. They may question rules others follow blindly, resist superficial expectations, or struggle to understand why people choose competition over compassion. Yet this very discomfort becomes their guide, pushing them to break from what is false so they can discover what is true. As Carl Jung emphasized, individuation, the process of becoming your most authentic self, requires separating from the crowd first. Light workers do not fit into the molds society tries to place them in because they were not built for imitation. They were designed for transformation. Their spiritual awakening deepens as they learn to embrace this uniqueness. Instead of chasing validation, they choose alignment. They begin to trust their intuition more than external approval, and they follow paths that resonate with their soul, even if those paths are misunderstood by others. They often walk alone for a time, but this solitude is not punishment. It is preparation. It is during these quiet seasons that they develop emotional wisdom, spiritual strength, and the ability to stand firm in their purpose, even when no one else sees the full picture. A light worker learns that the journey is not about escaping darkness, but about becoming the one who brings light into it. As their inner calling grows stronger, light workers naturally become healers sometimes, without even trying. Their presence alone can soften anger and ease anxiety. They have a gift for listening deeply, for understanding pain that is not spoken aloud, and for providing comfort without judgment. They help others rise not by telling them what to become, but by reminding them of who they truly are. Their love is not loud, but it is powerful. Their energy restores what the world has broken. At the heart of this mission is freedom. Freedom from fear, from limiting beliefs, and from the emotional chains that separate people from their true potential. Light workers encourage others to break out of patterns that dim the spirit. They celebrate authenticity over conformity, vulnerability over performance, and courage over silence. By living their own truth boldly, they give others permission to do the same. The path of a light worker is not always easy, but it is always meaningful. Every challenge becomes a lesson, and every wound becomes a doorway to deeper compassion. They learn that their role is not to save the world, but to illuminate it one soul at a time. And though they often feel like the different one, it is precisely that difference that makes their purpose possible. A lantern must stand apart from the night in order to shine. Do you feel that deep inner mission to spread light wherever you go? If you've already embraced your purpose, share your experience in the comments so we can inspire one another. And if you're just beginning to discover your calling, comment, "I will shine my light," to join us on this beautiful journey of awakening. 2. Solitary and anti-authority nature. You often feel like you don't fully belong inside rigid systems or traditional structures because your soul is designed for authenticity, not conformity. And deep down, you know your path can't be dictated by rules that were never made for someone like you. Light workers naturally walk a solitary road because they carry an inner truth that pushes them to question what others accept without thinking. And this is why you struggle with environments where hierarchy, status, and competition are valued more than integrity, empathy, and genuine purpose. You might find yourself uncomfortable with authority figures who demand obedience just because of their title, not because their intentions are pure. And you may feel drained when forced to follow decisions built on power rather than wisdom, as if your instinct rises up and whispers, "This doesn't feel right." When everyone around you seems fine with pretending, you feel the urge to step aside, observe, and choose differently, because you are guided by an inner compass that values what is honest, kind, and spiritually aligned over what is socially acceptable. Instead of committees and controlled environments, you thrive where creativity and freedom are allowed to flow. Instead of blindly climbing a corporate ladder, you are more interested in climbing inward, discovering who you are and how you can uplift others. You cherish independence, not to shut others out, but to protect your peace and maintain the purity of your mission. Even in a crowded room, part of you is always watching from a distance, sensing people's energy, evaluating whether something resonates with your heart or threatens your integrity. When manipulation, ego, or injustice appears, you can't ignore it. Your spirit reacts, urging you to either speak up or walk away. That reaction is not rebellion. It is your spiritual development working as a shield, reminding you that your purpose is not to be controlled, but to awaken, transform, and lead by example. Your solitude becomes your sanctuary, the place where you reconnect with your intuition and refine your light. You don't resist authority because you want chaos. You resist authority when it disconnects people from compassion, honesty, and mutual respect. You are not afraid to challenge a broken system or say no when everyone else stays silent, because you know silence in the face of wrongdoing creates more darkness. You may choose small circles, deep conversations, and meaningful work over popularity or recognition, because impact matters more to you than attention. You are loyal to the truth, even when truth is inconvenient. You are loyal to humanity, even when humans forget how to treat each other. You are loyal to your higher calling, even when society labels you difficult or different. And even though this path isolates you at times, it also empowers you. You develop stronger intuition, sharper boundaries, and the courage to trust yourself when others doubt your vision. You learn that spiritual growth requires freedom. Freedom to think, to question, to feel, and to choose a life that honors your inner wisdom. You learn that stepping away from systems that limit the soul is not weakness, it is strength. You learn that walking alone does not mean you are alone. It means you are walking with purpose. That is the heart of your journey as a light worker, refusing to let external power overshadow inner truth, and continuing to grow spiritually in a world that is still waking up to its own light. If this resonates with you, declare your truth below. I stand strong in my light, even if I walk alone. 3. Spiritually oriented and service-driven. You are spiritually oriented and service-driven because your soul remembers that helping others is part of why you came into this world. Even before you understood what a light worker was, you felt the natural pull toward healing, teaching, psychology, emotional support, or any path that allows you to guide others gently back to themselves. You don't chase careers just for status or money. You feel called to uplift the world. And this intention shapes every choice you make, whether consciously or intuitively. Even if you work in business, technology, design, art, or any modern field, your true motive is still to bring more hope, compassion, and spiritual wisdom into whatever environment you enter. As Carl Jung said, As far as we can discern, the sole purpose of human existence is to kindle a light in the darkness of mere being. And something inside you knows that your existence is meant to be one of those lights. People often seek you out, even without knowing why. They feel safe around you, drawn to your warmth and non-judgmental presence. Strangers may open up to you about things they've never said out loud because they sense that you truly see them, not just who they pretend to be, but who they really are beneath the surface. You pick up on emotional shifts instantly, recognizing pain even when hidden behind a smile. And you respond not with pity, but with empathy that brings peace and clarity to the person in front of you. You are the one who comforts others when they are breaking, yet somehow you still stand strong, even when you are quietly hurting inside. You may wonder why it feels like you carry more emotional responsibility than others, but this is because your heart is built for deeper things. Love is not just a feeling to you, it is a mission. Healing is not just an act, it is a calling. And supporting others does not drain you when it is aligned with your purpose. It brings a subtle joy, a quiet confirmation that you are doing exactly what your soul came here to do. There is a part of you that believes the world can be better even when the evidence suggests otherwise. You look at people and see their potential, not their flaws. You believe that growth is always possible and that spiritual awakening is within reach for every soul. When you speak, even casually, your words carry energy that can lift someone out of darkness and into possibility. When you care about someone, you care with your whole being, and that love leaves them changed. You don't just walk into a room, you shift the atmosphere. You don't just exist in the world, you elevate it. You live with the awareness that every act of kindness is a ripple of transformation, and you trust that your presence itself is a gift to others. As Jung also said, who looks outside dreams, who looks inside awakes, and your life is the journey of turning that inner awakening into a guiding light for those who are still searching. 4. Old souls with faster spiritual awakening. They have walked this earth many times before, souls shaped by ancient journeys through pain, truth, and transcendence. These are not ordinary individuals. They are old souls who carry an intuitive depth far beyond their years. Their wisdom isn't learned, it's remembered. In the early stages of life, they may feel out of place, moving through childhood with a sense of detachment, as if their spirit has already known joy and loss across countless timelines. They do not awaken to spirituality slowly, but instead, their spiritual awakening arrives like a flood of remembrance, rapid, raw, undeniable. While others stumble toward meaning, they awaken to a profound realization that they have chosen to be here, again, not out of obligation, but out of purpose. They deliberately incarnate into this realm of contrast to intimately know suffering, not to be consumed by it, but to transform it. Every hardship becomes sacred training. Every wound becomes a doorway into deeper light. These light workers are born into darkness, not to escape it, but to become so familiar with its terrain that they can guide others out of it. They do not merely learn, they absorb. Their presence alone has the power to soothe or awaken, and they often find themselves cast into roles of healer, guide, or intuitive without ever asking for it. In crowds, they remain unseen yet deeply felt, their energy silently working beneath the surface. They are not driven by ego or recognition, but by a soul contract that transcends applause. Carl Jung once said, "Your vision will become clear only when you can look into your own heart. Who looks outside, dreams. Who looks inside, awakes." These souls have mastered the inner gaze. They are pulled toward shadow work, not because it is trendy, but because their inner compass knows this is where transformation happens. Their past lives echo through moments of synchronicity, dreams that feel prophetic, and a profound sense of déjà vu that tells them they've done this before. And in this life, they remember not everything, but just enough to continue the mission. They are here to remind others that pain is not punishment, but a portal. That the deepest wounds can reveal the brightest light. That the path to healing is not linear, but spiraling inward. Their very existence is a lighthouse for those lost in spiritual amnesia. This is not mythology. This is spiritual wisdom in motion, an eternal dance between memory and presence. Their spiritual awakening isn't a beginning, but a continuation of soul work started lifetimes ago. They do not seek power, they seek truth. They do not preach, they embody. And while their journey may be solitary, it is never without meaning. They came to Earth not to fit in, but to raise its frequency, one awakened heart at a time. If this message resonates with your soul, make sure to like and subscribe for more spiritual wisdom on becoming who you were meant to be. And if you know deep down that you are an old soul awakening faster than most, comment below, "I am awakening." Let's keep growing together on this journey of light. 5. Sensitive, empathic, and easily overwhelmed. You are sensitive in a way that feels different from others, as if your emotions are connected directly to the world around you. You do not just notice when someone is sad, you feel their sadness ripple through your own heart. This emotional intuition is not a coincidence. It is a powerful sign of your soul's purpose. Light workers have a natural ability to sense energy, motives, and hidden emotions, even when people try to hide them. Carl Jung once said, "Your heart knows the real truth before your mind does, and you live this every day." Your compassion makes you care deeply about those who are hurting, and you often find yourself trying to heal, support, or comfort others without even realizing it. This is a clear reflection of your growing spirituality and spiritual development, allowing you to navigate life with a heightened level of awareness that others cannot understand. Because you are so connected to energy, you are also deeply bonded with nature. The trees, the wind, the sky, and the earth all soothe your heart in a way that humans rarely do. Nature does not judge, rush, or drain you. It restores you and reminds you that peace is your true vibration. You might feel most yourself while watching the sunset, listening to rain, or sitting quietly near water. These are not just pleasant preferences. They are spiritual instincts guiding you back to your inner light. However, this sensitivity also means you become overwhelmed easily when the energy around you is heavy or chaotic. Loud places, conflict, or groups filled with negative emotions can drain you quickly. You notice details. Others ignore the shift in someone's tone, the tension in a room, the feeling that something is off. Your nervous system is like an emotional radar, always scanning the environment. And while some people might think you are too emotional or too sensitive, your soul knows that you are simply aware on a deeper level. That is why solitude is not just something you enjoy. it is something you need. When you spend time alone, you are not isolating yourself. You are cleansing your mind, heart, and spirit from the energy you absorb. You disconnect from the outside world so you can reconnect with your truth. In these quiet moments, you hear your intuition clearly and regain the strength to continue serving your mission. Your alone time is sacred. It is when your soul recharges and your purpose becomes clear again. Your ability to care so deeply is not a weakness, but a rare gift. It means your heart is still open in a world that tries to make people numb. It means you are brave enough to feel what others avoid. And it means you were born to be a light in places where others only see darkness. 6. Memories of higher realms. Trauma from past lives. You carry a strange longing inside you, a feeling of being homesick for a place you cannot name, as if you once lived in realms of pure light and now you're trying to remember the way back. This is not imagination or weakness. It is spiritual wisdom rising from deep within your soul. Carl Jung believed that our deepest memories do not vanish. They simply move into the unconscious, waiting for the right moment to surface. Many lightworkers like you have lived lifetimes where their spiritual gifts, intuition, healing abilities, or strong inner knowing were misunderstood, feared, or even punished. Those past life experiences leave emotional imprints that show up today as self-doubt, fear of visibility, or an instinct to stay quiet even when you feel called to speak. But these wounds are not signs you should hide. They are signs of what you have survived. You may notice fear appearing exactly when you are about to step into your purpose, a tight throat when you want to share your truth, a rush of anxiety when others look to you for guidance, a voice inside whispering, "Stay small so you stay safe." Yet Carl Jung reminds us, until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate. These fears are old echoes, not current truth. You are safe now. The world is waking up, and your gifts are needed more than ever. Your sensitivity is not a burden, it is a finely tuned instrument. You can feel the energy in a room before a word is spoken. You recognize pain behind someone's smile, and you instinctively know when something is not aligned with love or integrity. These are abilities shaped through lifetimes of spiritual work. When that homesick feeling returns, let it remind you of what truly matters: compassion, integrity, authenticity, and service. Trust that longing is guiding you toward the kind of life where your spirit feels at home. When fear rises and tries to silence you, respond with love and grounded action. Place your hand on your heart and breathe until your body understands that you are here, you are safe, and you are allowed to shine. Write a simple affirmation like, "I am safe to be seen when I serve the good," until it becomes part of your truth. Share a healing insight with one person who needs it. Each small act of courage rewrites your story. Your dreams, especially the vivid or symbolic ones, are messages from the inner world you once knew well. Instead of fearing them, ask, what is this trying to heal? What truth wants to be remembered? Boundaries then become essential, not walls to separate you from others, but strong channels that protect your light and prevent your energy from draining into places that cannot hold it. As Jung also said, who looks outside dreams, who looks inside awakes. So look inward and you'll find the light you once lived in is still yours. Every fear you dissolve becomes a doorway to a new level of spiritual awakening. Every wound you tend becomes an entry point for light. The poet Rumi wrote, "The wound is the place where the light enters you," and you embody that truth with every step you take toward healing. Your homesickness means you remember a higher way of living, and you are here to bring that higher way to this world. When old trauma tells you to shrink, let your soul tell a different story. You are not here to repeat your past. You are here to transform it into a mission that helps others rise. If this message resonates with your soul, share your experience or simply comment, "I am remembering," to honor your spiritual awakening. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and stay connected as we continue exploring these higher realms together. Your story matters. 7. A heavy karmic mission. Risk of getting lost. You carry a heavy karmic mission, and before your spiritual awakening, you may often feel lost within yourself, as if your soul remembers something your mind cannot explain, like you once contributed to shaping early humanity's direction, and now feel a deep responsibility to correct past mistakes that are not directly yours. This responsibility becomes a silent weight on your heart, making you hyper-aware of human suffering and naturally drawn to roles of guiding, healing, or protecting others. Because of this sacred duty, your life is never just about personal success or comfort, but about restoring something essential in the world, which often sets you apart and makes ordinary goals feel empty. This inner pressure can lead to confusion, numbness, or even depression, especially when your true mission is still hidden from you. Because as Carl Jung explained, the soul causes distress when you deviate from your purpose, pushing you to awaken and remember who you are meant to become. When others chase temporary achievements, you quietly ask bigger questions. Why am I here? What am I meant to fix? How do I repair what has been broken? This is not a flaw, but a sign that your calling is written into your spiritual DNA and will not allow you to settle for less than alignment. You sense that humanity's wounds, whether ancient trauma or modern chaos, require deeper repair at the root, which is why you seek truth rather than surface solutions and refuse to ignore injustice or emotional pain. Yet, because you feel responsible for restoring harmony, you may overgive, overcare, and burn yourself out while trying to save everyone, slipping into roles like the rescuer, the martyr, or the fixer, which keeps you exhausted and disconnected from your own needs. The risk of getting lost in this karmic duty is real, especially when you forget that you are here to guide, not to carry the entire world on your shoulders. Your spiritual awakening begins the moment you shift from guilt to guidance, from chaos to clarity, from self-blame to sacred responsibility. Every moment of darkness you faced, every heartbreak, failure, and breakdown was a necessary part of your realignment, carving out the strength and wisdom required for your mission. As clarity rises, you begin to turn your pain into purpose, recognizing that your compassion is not weakness, but a calling, and your sensitivity is not a burden, but a navigation tool given by the universe. You learn to set boundaries, not to close yourself off, but to protect the energy you are meant to use for the world's healing. You start choosing actions that reflect your highest truth, becoming more intentional with your choices, your voice, and your presence. You feel the transformation when responsibility no longer suffocates you, but empowers you. When life's difficulties no longer break you, but awaken you. That is when you step into the role you were always meant to live, a light worker who transforms past mistakes into new hope, who brings consciousness where there was ignorance, who carries spirituality into a world starving for meaning, and who becomes living proof that love and awareness can rewrite destiny. In the end, being a light worker isn't about being perfect. It's about choosing love, healing, and higher consciousness every day, even when life challenges you. If these signs resonated with you, remember that your light has a purpose and the world truly needs what only you can bring. Thank you for joining us on this journey of spiritual awakening and self-discovery. If you enjoyed this video, please like, share, and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom. And don't forget to turn on the notification bell so you never miss our upcoming videos. Keep shining. Your light is making a difference, unlocking the secret dimension that's already creating your future. Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate. Carl Jung once revealed that the invisible forces shaping your destiny aren't out there, but within you. Every thought, emotion, and unspoken belief quietly constructs the world you wake up to each morning. In this episode of Spiritual Wisdom, we're going to uncover the secret dimension already designing your future, the hidden realm of the subconscious. As you listen, ask yourself, are you the author of your destiny or a passenger of your programming? Share your thoughts in the comments below, and let's explore together how awareness can transform fate into freedom. 1. Reality is multidimensional and selectable. Reality is not something solid or static. It is a living, breathing field of energy that bends and reshapes itself in response to consciousness. According to Carl Jung, what we call fate is often just the unfolding of the unconscious mind through symbols and experiences until we awaken enough to recognize that we've been participating in its creation all along. You are not manifesting something new. You are selecting from infinite timelines that already exist in the fourth dimension, where past, present, and future coexist simultaneously. Every possible version of your life, every success, every loss, every love, every transformation already exists in this vast web of energy. The key lies in where your awareness settles. Your consciousness is the selector, the divine mechanism that determines which version of reality you step into. When you begin to awaken spiritually, you understand that reality is multidimensional and selectable. Each thought, emotion, and belief acts like a frequency tuner. Whatever you focus on with enough energy becomes the vibrational doorway to a specific timeline. The fourth dimension isn't somewhere far away. It's the invisible field you move through every moment of your existence. The more you align your inner world with clarity, love, and intention, the more your external world rearranges to mirror that inner state. Jung called this mysterious interplay between mind and matter synchronicity, those meaningful coincidences that occur when your inner frequency matches an outer event in perfect harmony. They are not random. They are signals that you are moving through the precise timeline your soul has selected. You do not have to struggle to create your future. You only need to align with it. Manifestation becomes effortless when you understand that you are not commanding the universe, but cooperating with it. The fourth dimension responds not to your words, but to your vibration. When you dwell in anxiety, you tune into the dimension of chaos. When you dwell in peace, you step into the timeline of order. It is not magic, it is resonance. Energy flows where attention goes, and attention is the sacred tool that moves you across dimensions. In the stillness of your awareness, you become the architect of time itself, selecting the reality that matches your consciousness like a musician selecting a note on a cosmic instrument. The secret lies in awareness. Awareness is the bridge between possibility and experience. When you watch your thoughts without judgment, when you replace fear with trust, when you hold gratitude instead of resentment, you are quietly changing the coordinates of your reality. Jung believed that once the unconscious becomes conscious, life ceases to feel accidental. It becomes intentional. Each moment of mindfulness refines the signal you send into the quantum field. The universe does not respond to what you say you want. It responds to who you are being. Your emotions, your expectations, your silent assumptions are all commands written in the language of energy, instructing reality which version of the future to reveal. To awaken spiritually is to realize that destiny is not a fixed script, but a living collaboration between your soul and the universe. Every time you choose awareness over reaction, compassion over judgment, purpose over fear, you shift timelines. You are no longer pushed around by external events because you begin to sense the deeper order moving beneath them. The past, present, and future are not separate lines. They are layers of the same infinite moment, accessible through the vibration of your being. In this understanding, spirituality becomes less about escaping the world and more about mastering your resonance within it. You begin to live consciously, knowing that each thought is a brushstroke on the canvas of eternity, and every feeling is a signature shaping the dimension you step into next. Do you feel it too? The pull of that invisible dimension shaping everything ahead of you? If you believe reality is truly multidimensional and that your consciousness can choose the timeline you live in, affirm it right now in the comments. I am aligned with the reality I choose to create. 2. The mind is the projector, not the screen. Humanity has long been deceived by the illusion that the outer world determines the inner one, when in truth, the mind is not the screen, it is the projector. Carl Jung revealed that the psyche doesn't merely interpret reality, it generates it. Every emotion, thought, and vibration you hold inside becomes the light that casts your world into form. What you see outside is not reality itself, but a reflection of your inner consciousness, your beliefs, your energy, your frequency. When you awaken to this, spirituality stops being philosophy and becomes pure creation. You begin to see that your life is not happening to you, it is happening through you. Everything you experience, the people you meet, the challenges you face, the opportunities that appear, is a mirror designed to show you the exact frequency you are emitting. If your inner state is dominated by fear, scarcity, or resentment, then life will echo those vibrations through rejection, loss, and endless struggle. But when your heart starts vibrating with love, peace, and gratitude, your reality rearranges itself to meet that new rhythm. The same world becomes softer, more aligned, more alive. Jung once said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate." This truth unveils the hidden law behind spiritual growth. The idea that what we call destiny is merely the unconscious running the show. The repetitive patterns, the painful relationships, the disappointments that seem to follow you are not punishments from the universe. They are projections of what still needs healing within you. When you finally recognize that you are the creator, not the victim, your relationship with life changes completely. You stop reacting and start observing. You stop chasing and start aligning. Every judgment you cast reveals something unintegrated within yourself. Every emotional trigger points to a forgotten wound, asking for your awareness. The 3D world becomes your sacred classroom, not your prison. Through the eyes of spirituality, every difficulty becomes a mirror guiding you home. As your awareness expands, you stop trying to fix the screen and focus on adjusting the projector, the mind, the heart, the consciousness. You learn that peace is not found by controlling circumstances, but by mastering your inner frequency. When you elevate your thoughts, release the illusions of separation, and choose to act from love instead of fear, your entire energetic field shifts. The outside world begins to harmonize with your new vibration, and suddenly, what once felt impossible begins to flow naturally. Synchronicities appear, opportunities align, and life begins to feel like a reflection of your highest self. This is the dimension Jung hinted at as the meeting point of psychology and spirituality, where the soul realizes it has always been the architect of its own destiny. Every thought is a brushstroke on the canvas of existence. Every feeling programs the next scene of your unfolding story. Reality is fluid, responsive, and alive, shaped by the light of your consciousness. The mind is not meant to be a prisoner of circumstances, but a divine projector of infinite potential. When you understand this, you reclaim your creative authority. You begin to see that energy responds to awareness, that the outer world bends to the quality of your inner state, and that the film of your life changes the moment you choose to see differently. Spiritual growth, then, is not about escaping the world, but mastering the art of projection learning to radiate peace in chaos, to emit faith in uncertainty, and to hold love in the face of fear. Because the secret dimension that's already creating your future is not somewhere outside, it's within the consciousness that perceives it. 3. Time is an illusion. Consciousness is the key. Time is not what you think it is. What you call past, present, and future are not separate realities, but fluid perceptions of the same eternal consciousness moving through different frequencies. Carl Jung once said, "Who looks outside, dreams. Who looks inside, awakes." And when you truly look within, you begin to see that time is merely a veil, a beautiful illusion projected by the human mind to make sense of existence. Consciousness, however, is not bound by that illusion. It stands beyond time, quietly shaping the path of your life long before you walk it. Every moment you experience has already existed as a potential within the vast field of your mind. You are not a traveler moving through time. Time is flowing through you, responding to the quality of your awareness. Imagine your consciousness as a projector and the world as the screen. The film that plays before you is not random. It is created by the frames of thought and emotion you hold within. From the fourth dimensional perspective, reality is not something that happens to you. It is something that emanates from you. Your outer world is the reflection of your inner vibration. Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate, Jung wrote. And this is the secret that spiritual wisdom has whispered for centuries. Your mind is the true architect of destiny. When you begin to observe your thoughts rather than be ruled by them, you step into the dimension where creation begins. In this higher state of awareness, every emotion, every belief, every word becomes an energy-shaping form. The unconscious mind does not differentiate between what is real and what is imagined. It only responds to the power of your focus. Fear, doubt, and limitation create one version of the future, while faith, gratitude, and purpose create another. This is not magic. It is consciousness in motion. When you shift your inner frequency, the universe adjusts its rhythm to match yours. You start noticing synchronicities, mysterious alignments, and signs that seem to guide your steps. Jung called them acts of creation in time, and they remind you that you are not separate from the cosmos. You are participating in its unfolding. Everything in your life right now is a mirror reflecting the energy you carry. If you wish to change your future, you must change the vibration of your present. The key is not to fight against time, but to awaken to your timeless nature. Once you understand that reality bends to awareness, not effort, you begin to see life differently. Time is no longer a ticking clock. It becomes a living mirror of consciousness, a tool for transformation. When your thoughts align with love, your reality expands. When they align with fear, it contracts. The path ahead is not fixed. It is fluid, waiting for you to choose the frequency from which you create. As spiritual wisdom teaches, the more you awaken, the less you chase. You stop trying to predict the future and start embodying it. You realize the version of you that has already succeeded, already healed, already become whole exists now, in another layer of consciousness. To access it, you must match its vibration. The illusion of time dissolves the moment you live fully in awareness, because in the field of the soul, everything is happening at once. The power that creates worlds lives inside your consciousness. When you awaken to that truth, the future stops being something you wait for. It becomes something you remember, something you shape through the energy of who you choose to be right now. If you feel this truth awakening something within you, declare it now. Time cannot control me. My consciousness shapes my destiny. I am aligned with the dimension creating my future. 4. Controlled imagination is the gateway. Controlled imagination is the hidden architecture of your destiny, the silent sculptor shaping your tomorrows long before they arrive. Carl Jung once said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life, and you will call it fate." That truth reveals why so many people feel trapped by circumstances they haven't yet learned that the mind is not a mirror reflecting reality, but a projector casting it. In spirituality and spiritual awakening, this is the key. Your outer world is not separate from you. It is molded by the inner pictures you persistently hold. Neville Goddard called this sacred process controlled imagination. The art of consciously entering that delicate state between waking and sleeping, the bridge where logic fades and the creative power of the subconscious awakens. It is here, in that calm in-between, that you can impress your desires upon the infinite, not by wishing or forcing, but by feeling them as already fulfilled. When you practice this art, you are not escaping reality, you are rewriting it. The universe listens not to your words, but to your emotional state, to the frequency of your belief. That is why Neville said, "Feeling is the secret. Thought alone cannot manifest." Only when thought is infused with conviction does it bend the field of reality. As you close your eyes and dwell in the emotion of having already received your desire, whether it's peace, love, or success, you begin to synchronize with the quantum fabric of existence. In that harmony, the outer world subtly rearranges itself to mirror your inner certainty. This is not fantasy, but divine science, where spirituality and psychology merge into one truth. The imagination is the language of creation. Carl Jung devoted his life to unveiling this mystery. To him, imagination was not idle dreaming, but communication with the deeper self, the archetypal realm that governs both psyche and matter. Who looks outside dreams. Who looks inside awakes, he wrote. Spiritual awakening, then, is not about discovering something new. It's about realizing that the entire universe already lives within you. When you consciously feel the future as now, you awaken from the illusion of time itself. You stop waiting for miracles and become their source. You no longer chase life, you magnetize it. Every feeling becomes a seed planted in the soil of consciousness. And like a seed, it grows according to the belief that nurtures it. Controlled imagination is the act of watering those seeds with awareness. It is not about forcing results, but aligning your mind, emotions, and energy into one coherent vibration. When that inner unity is achieved, life flows effortlessly because you are no longer divided within yourself. Jung would call this the process of individuation, the merging of your conscious will with the vast intelligence of the unconscious, so that what you desire and what you are become the same thing. In that state, creation is inevitable. You move through life not as a seeker, but as a creator, quiet, calm, certain. Because once your imagination is disciplined and you're feeling aligned, the secret dimension that creates your future no longer lies outside of you. It breathes through you, shaping every moment in response to your inner vision, turning unseen thoughts into living form. That is the true alchemy of consciousness, the moment your spiritual awakening becomes your power to create worlds. 5. Desire is the engine of creation. Desire is not a flaw to suppress or a weakness to be ashamed of. It is the sacred mechanism through which consciousness creates and life expands. In the realm of spirituality and spiritual growth, desire acts as the divine fire that shapes destiny. It is the pulse of the universe flowing through your soul, calling you to become more, to express more, to reveal more of what already exists within you. Carl Jung once said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate." Desire is the voice of that unconscious force, the hidden blueprint of your higher self trying to reach your awareness. When you sustain a deep, authentic desire and give it your full attention, it reorganizes reality around you, like invisible hands sculpting the clay of experience to mirror the energy of your inner world. To desire something deeply means that, on a spiritual level, it already exists in another dimension of consciousness, waiting for you to align with it. Every possibility of your life is already alive within the field of potential, and desire is the bridge connecting your current state to that higher possibility. True desire does not come from lack or desperation, but from remembrance, the soul remembering what it has already chosen to experience. When you nurture this desire with focus, emotion, and faith, your vibration begins to synchronize with that unseen dimension. Suddenly, coincidences appear, opportunities unfold, and people cross your path as reflections of that inner resonance. This is not coincidence. It is consciousness arranging itself according to your most persistent emotional frequency. Desire, however, is also a test of patience and surrender. Many abandon their deepest callings because they confuse delay with denial. They believe the universe has ignored their prayers, when in truth, life is aligning everything in perfect order, refining both the vision and the vessel. Jung taught that the outer world mirrors the inner psyche. When progress seems slow, it is not because the world is against you. It is because your inner self is still expanding to match the magnitude of what you asked for. Desire exposes your hidden fears and attachments, revealing where your soul still doubts its own worthiness. This is why every longing is an invitation to grow, to purify your intentions until they no longer come from ego, but from the divine spark within. When you channel your desire through awareness instead of craving, it becomes prayer. It becomes a sacred dialogue between you and the universe. Each desire is a message from your higher self saying, "This is the direction of your evolution." The energy you feel when you long for something is not emptiness. It is the vibration of your future self calling you forward. Therefore, your task is not to chase the desire, but to embody it, to live as though it has already taken form. You must think, speak, and act from that fulfilled state, not as fantasy, but as alignment. The universe, being a perfect mirror, reflects the state of your consciousness. When you radiate gratitude, certainty, and peace, reality bends to that frequency. As within, so without. This universal truth means that creation begins not with action, but with belief. Desire is the seed of every miracle. When held with faith and nourished with patience, it blooms into form through the soil of time. You are not here to suppress your desires, but to refine them into instruments of creation. Each authentic longing is an aspect of divine will expressing itself through you. When you understand this, you stop doubting the process and start flowing with it. You realize that every desire you hold with love and awareness is not something separate from you. It is a fragment of destiny waiting to return home. And as you align your consciousness with that truth, you step into your creative power, transforming desire into divine manifestation and awakening to the profound realization that life itself is your masterpiece, shaped by the fire of your own becoming. If this message has sparked something within you, let us know in the comments by writing, "Desire creates my reality." Your words carry power, and your engagement helps us share more spiritual wisdom with the world. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom so you won't miss the next revelation waiting for you. 6. The universe is a perfect mirror. Everything unfolding in your life is not a divine punishment or random luck. It is the mirror of your consciousness, perfectly reflecting what lives inside you. The universe is not a judge. It is a mirror that simply returns what you project through your thoughts, emotions, and energy. When your inner world is chaotic, the reflection will appear chaotic. When your heart finds harmony, the reflection becomes serene. This is the foundation of spiritual wisdom. And as Carl Jung said, until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life, and you will call it fate. Life does not happen to you. It happens from you. Every fear you nurture, every belief you repeat, every image you hold in your mind writes the invisible code that reality obeys. Imagine your mind as a projector and the universe as the screen. You cannot change the movie by attacking the screen. You must change the film inside the projector. If you live in resentment, the field amplifies more reasons to resent. If you live in gratitude, it multiplies blessings. The quantum field, what mystics call the all, responds to vibration, not words. It does not judge. It does not punish. It simply echoes. When you think thoughts of lack, life reflects scarcity. When you embody abundance, life brings opportunities that align with your frequency. What you send out emotionally is what you receive experientially. Carl Jung reminded us, who looks outside, dreams. Who looks inside, awakes. To awaken means to stop begging the mirror to change and start shifting the expression you wear before it. When you breathe deeply and create safety within, the external world mirrors that calm. When you carry tension and fear, life reflects resistance. So practice serenity, practice honesty. Speak kindly to yourself. Each act of integrity and awareness reshapes the reflection. The universe listens not to your words, but to the energy beneath them. You are not at the mercy of fate. You are the artist painting reality with each emotional brushstroke. The key is consistency. You cannot expect harmony from chaos of mind. To shift your future, shift your daily emotional state. Wake up and choose one feeling to inhabit peace, joy, confidence, and practice it until it becomes natural. Speak to life as if it already supports you, because it does. When pain arises, instead of saying, "I knew it," say, "This is feedback, not fate." Every obstacle is a message from the mirror, guiding you to refine your inner signal. Bless your lessons, not your fears. Release old stories that say you are not enough and replace them with truth. You are a living participant in the creative dialogue of existence. Rumi once said, "What you seek is seeking you, but it cannot find you until you align with its frequency." When you embody love, love recognizes you. When you live from worthiness, opportunities flow like rivers toward the sea of your becoming. Try it today. Choose one intention, hold it in your heart with calm certainty, act on it gently, and watch how the world rearranges itself around your new vibration. Reality is not fixed. It's fluid, sensitive, responsive. It listens to your inner tone. So speak clearly, love deeply, and live consciously, for the universe is always listening, always mirroring, always waiting for you to remember that creation begins within. 7. The technique for accessing the fourth dimension. The process of unlocking the fourth dimension begins with the precision of your desire. You cannot approach creation vaguely. The universe responds to clarity. When you define exactly what you want, you give your subconscious a destination to move toward. Most people never receive what they truly want because they never decide what that truly is. They drift between conflicting wishes. But when you commit to one clear desire, your inner world begins to organize around it. In spirituality, this moment of decision is sacred. It is when your conscious will speaks to the divine intelligence within you and declares, "This is what I am ready to experience." Once your desire is defined, you move into the next phase, constructing an inner scene that implies your wish is already fulfilled. The scene must feel natural, believable, and emotionally satisfying. You are not forcing reality. You are embodying the vibration of completion. Carl Jung often said that whatever you hold in your imagination will eventually manifest in your reality. and this truth reflects the foundation of all spiritual awakening. The subconscious accepts emotional conviction, not external evidence. Therefore, when you imagine a scene where your desire has already come true, you are programming your inner world to match the outer one that must follow. This is why great spiritual teachers insist on living in the end, not merely hoping for it, because creation begins from being, not from wanting. The third step is to enter the subtle state between wakefulness and sleep, where your conscious mind quiets and the subconscious becomes highly receptive. This liminal state, often called the hypnagogic state, is the gateway between dimensions, the meeting point of thought and manifestation. In that stillness, your critical mind softens, and every feeling, image, or assumption is absorbed deeply into your psyche. This is where the fourth dimension of creation truly operates, for it is not a place in space, but a frequency of consciousness. The mind that knows how to rest consciously here wields the same creative force that shapes galaxies. Jung described this as the realm of the collective unconscious, where symbols, archetypes, and inner images connect to the structure of reality itself. Finally, you must enter the imagined scene and feel it real. Do not stand apart from it as a watcher steps inside it as a participant. Feel the weight of your body in that new reality, the warmth of the air, the joy of fulfillment, the peace of completion. Every sensory detail becomes an affirmation that your desire already exists. As you persist in this feeling and drift into sleep, the scene imprints itself upon your subconscious mind, which begins to rearrange your outer world to match your inner one. This is the silent law of creation. What you feel as true in your inner dimension will crystallize in time and space. The longer you sustain that feeling, the faster your reality conforms. In spirituality, this practice represents the merging of consciousness and energy, the masculine principle of intention meeting the feminine principle of imagination. It is the alchemy of thought into matter. The subconscious, like fertile soil, does not question the seed you plant. It simply grows whatever emotion and belief you sustain. Therefore, feed it not with fear or doubt, but with conviction and love. This is the essence of spiritual awakening, realizing that the outer world is a mirror of the inner one. The fourth dimension is not somewhere out there. It is the unseen layer of consciousness shaping your tomorrows from the vibration you hold today. Each night, as you enter this sacred practice, remember that you are not escaping reality. You are authoring it, guided by the timeless wisdom of your own higher mind. If this message resonated with you, make sure to subscribe for more wisdom on how desire fuels creation and how you can access the higher dimensions of consciousness. Your journey to mastering the unseen starts here. 8. Conscious creation requires discipline and responsibility. The true measure of spirituality is not found in moments of ease, but in your ability to hold inner conviction when everything outside contradicts it. This is where conscious creation truly begins. Every moment of your life presents a dimensional crossroads. One path keeps you trapped in the past, reacting to what already exists. The other opens to a higher future, created from the state of consciousness you choose to embody now. When you react to appearances, you give power to the illusion of limitation. But when you respond from faith, from the awareness that life is shaped by unseen spiritual laws, you begin to move from victimhood to mastery. This is the spiritual discipline that Carl Jung hinted at when he said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate." To create consciously is to live with awareness of this invisible mechanism, the truth that your thoughts, emotions, and beliefs are not passive. They are energetic instructions to the universe. Every emotion you sustain becomes a signal. Every belief you cling to becomes a magnet that attracts experiences matching its frequency. Spiritual growth, therefore, is not merely about positive thinking, but about emotional mastery learning to remain inwardly consistent even when outer circumstances waver. This inner steadiness is what separates those who drift through life from those who awaken to it. To choose your future freely is a sacred responsibility, for freedom without discipline leads to confusion. Conscious creation asks you to cultivate mental clarity, emotional coherence, and unwavering faith that reality responds to vibration, not circumstance. When the world challenges you, when outcomes seem delayed, that is the universe testing the strength of your inner conviction. The spiritually mature do not chase appearances they create from alignment. They understand that the outer world is only a mirror, reflecting the state of their inner being. Every reaction either reinforces an old pattern or activates a new potential. The wise one learns to pause before responding, to breathe, and to choose the state of consciousness they wish to sustain. Over time, this awareness becomes second nature, and life begins to rearrange itself to match the frequency of that chosen state. Discipline, then, is not punishment, it is devotion. It is the daily act of remembering that you are the sculptor of energy, not the sculpture itself. Spirituality becomes your compass, guiding you to act not from fear, but from faith, not from confusion, but from clarity. Faith, in this sense, is not blind hope. It is the deep knowing that what you align with inwardly must eventually take shape outwardly. And so, you remain patient, consistent, and grateful, understanding that reality is slower than thought, but obedient to it. The future is not written in stone. It is sculpted in consciousness. When you choose love instead of resistance, when you nurture inner peace instead of chaos, when you hold steady in faith instead of surrendering to fear, you begin to unlock the secret dimension that has always been creating your life. The unseen becomes visible, the impossible becomes natural, and spirituality transforms from an idea into a living experience. Conscious creation, at its essence, is about responsibility, the willingness to guard your thoughts, refine your emotions, and trust the intelligence of life unfolding through you. And in that sacred alignment between awareness and reality, you realize that your destiny was never waiting for you to find it. It was waiting for you to awaken to it. And as we close this journey through the secret dimension shaping your future, remember what Carl Jung once said: "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate." The truth is, your future isn't waiting to be created. It's already unfolding through the patterns of your thoughts, emotions, and choices today. So stay aware, stay present, and let your inner wisdom be the architect of what's to come. If this message resonated with you, don't forget to like this video, share it with someone who needs to hear it, and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom. Turn on the notification bell so you won't miss our upcoming videos on Jungian psychology, consciousness, and spiritual awakening. Your future self will thank you for it. What the spiritually awake perceive in reality that others never notice. Your vision will become clear only when you can look into your own heart. Who looks outside, dreams. Who looks inside, awakes. Carl Jung. Most people walk through life seeing only what their senses allow. But the spiritually awake see reality through a different lens. One shaped by awareness, intuition, and energetic perception. They notice the silent language of the universe, the synchronicities, the emotional undercurrents in others, and the subtle guidance of the unseen world. In this video on spiritual wisdom, we'll uncover what the awakened perceive that others overlook, and how you too can begin to notice the deeper truth hidden beneath ordinary reality. As you listen, reflect on your own experiences. Have you ever sensed something others couldn't explain? Share your story in the comments. Your insight might be the spark that awakens someone else. 1. Direct perception beyond the ego's filter. Spiritually awake people perceive reality without the distortions of the ego, without the endless chatter that divides, labels, and interprets. They don't escape this world or seek another dimension, they awaken to this one. They see not through the mind, but through presence. When most people look at a tree, they immediately translate it into a concept, a tree, a category, a memory. But the awakened don't stop at the word. They experience the living pulse within it, the silent consciousness expressing itself through form. They see its aliveness, its isness, the subtle vibration of being that words can never contain. What others call mundane, they experience as sacred because they have learned to meet life directly rather than through the filters of thought. This direct perception comes when the veil of mental commentary is lifted. The ego always wants to describe, define, compare, or control. But those who have undergone true spiritual awakening no longer obey that inner narrator. They see that life doesn't need interpretation to be meaningful. It is meaning itself. They realize that the mind's labels are not truth, but symbols, and that reality only reveals its depth when the observer becomes still. This stillness is not laziness or apathy. It is awareness unclouded by judgment. When the mind quiets, the world begins to speak in a language beyond words. The movement of wind, the shimmer of light, the still gaze of another person all become part of the same vast consciousness observing itself. In this clarity, separation dissolves. The spiritually awake no longer live as isolated individuals struggling to survive in a hostile universe. They experience themselves as participants in a living whole. They see the unity behind opposites' beauty and decay, success and failure, joy and sorrow, because they recognize these are only different expressions of the same eternal rhythm. What the ego calls tragedy awareness sees as transformation. What the ego calls loss, awareness experiences as release. In this perception, life is no longer something happening to them, but through them. They become witnesses rather than victims, creators rather than reactors. Carl Jung hinted at this truth when he said that enlightenment is not imagining figures of light, but making the darkness conscious. The spiritually awake do not deny the shadows, they embrace them. They understand that what they resist persists, and what they bring awareness to transforms. By looking deeply into their own inner darkness, they reclaim their wholeness. And as their inner perception clears, so does their outer vision. They no longer project their wounds onto the world because they have seen that the outer world is only a mirror of the inner one. In this profound spirituality, awareness replaces interpretation. The spiritually awake perceive energy where others see matter, essence where others see surface. The sound of rain, the pulse of breath, the trembling leaf in the wind all reveal the same truth. Life is happening now. Nothing needs to be added or removed. They no longer chase meaning through desire or fear because they have realized that the present moment is already complete. This is the quiet revolution of spiritual awakening, the end of inner resistance and the birth of pure perception. It is not about seeing something new, but finally seeing what has always been here. Have you ever experienced a moment when reality felt clearer, like you were seeing beyond the surface of things? If so, share your experience in the comments below so others can learn from your insight. And if you haven't yet, simply comment, "I'm ready to see beyond the illusion," to begin awakening your true perception. 2. Breaking the trance of conceptual thinking. Most people live in a kind of trance, caught in a web of endless thoughts, labels, and ideas that replace the living experience of reality with mental symbols. They move through life not seeing, but thinking about seeing, not living, but narrating life in their heads. The spiritually awake have broken free from this trance. They perceive the world directly, without the filters of constant analysis. It's the difference between staring at a picture of the ocean and standing at the edge of it, feeling the salt wind on your face and the waves crash around your feet. When thought quiets, even for a moment, something deeper takes over presence. And this presence is not distant or abstract. It's the raw aliveness that reveals itself in moments of danger, love, or breathtaking beauty, when time stops and reality shines through unfiltered awareness. Carl Jung once said, "Your vision will become clear only when you look into your heart." Who looks outside dreams. Who looks inside awakens. The spiritually awake understand this truth. They no longer confuse the map for the territory or the word for the experience. They see that language, thought, and memory are tools useful for survival, but poor substitutes for direct awareness. The moment you label a tree, you stop seeing it. The moment you judge an experience, you separate yourself from it. But when you step out of the endless commentary of the mind, the world reveals its quiet magnificence. The colors become richer, the air feels alive, and even silence hums with hidden meaning. Spirituality, in its purest form, is not about beliefs or doctrines. It's about perception. It's about returning to the simplicity of seeing, feeling, and being, without the need to define or control. The spiritually developed soul no longer sees life as a collection of objects, but as an interconnected field of energy and awareness. There is no separation between you and the reality you perceive. You are part of its rhythm, its vibration, its unfolding mystery. Every breath becomes a sacred exchange with the universe. Every sound a message from the deeper intelligence that animates existence itself. When you awaken from the hypnosis of conceptual thinking, you realize that thoughts are not reality. They are echoes of it. They can describe, but they cannot contain. In awakening, you stop being a spectator of life and become a participant in its sacred dance. You don't seek meaning. You live meaning. You don't chase love. You feel it pulsing in everything. True spirituality begins when you see beyond the veil of words and step into direct communion with what is. This is not an achievement, but a remembrance of the return to the natural state of presence that was always there before thought tried to explain it away. And in that clarity, you find that life was never hiding from you. It was only waiting for you to finally look. 3. The illusion of the separate self. Spiritually awakened individuals begin to pierce through what Carl Jung called the illusion of the separate self, recognizing that the ego, the inner voice constantly saying I, me, and mine, is not who they truly are. It's only a psychological construct, a mask created through conditioning and survival, an echo that mistakes itself for the source. Jung once said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate," reminding us that most people are not living. They are being lived by their thoughts. Yet when one awakens, something extraordinary happens. The realization that the thinker is not the self, but that the true self is the silent awareness observing every thought that passes. In that moment, you discover that the mind's voice is not your identity, but a temporary storm in the vast sky of consciousness. As awareness deepens, you begin to feel the stillness between thoughts, the sacred pause before the mind names or judges reality. That stillness is not emptiness. It is aliveness itself. You begin to live from that space, where nothing needs to be controlled or resisted, where peace exists, not because the world changes, but because you are no longer trapped in its noise. Spiritual wisdom reveals that when you stop identifying with the constant commentary of the mind, you awaken to a reality that feels both infinite and intimate. You start to see emotions and opinions as passing waves, and you, the observer, remain the ocean beneath them, untouched, eternal, and free. This understanding transforms how you perceive others. You realize that every human being is playing a role shaped by their own unconscious patterns, just as you once did. Compassion naturally replaces judgment because you see through the mask and recognize the same awareness behind every face. What once divided people's beliefs, fears, differences begins to dissolve in the light of that recognition. Carl Jung called this process individuation, the integration of the conscious and unconscious, the unmasking of the self. It is not about killing the ego, but understanding it as a servant, not a master. The spiritually awake no longer react from emotion or habit. They respond from stillness. Their calm presence, their clarity, their silence all speak louder than words. When you realize that you are not your thoughts, but the awareness behind them, life begins to flow with a quiet intelligence. The same energy that beats your heart and moves the stars begins to guide your actions effortlessly. You see beauty in ordinary moments, purpose in every difficulty, and connection in every encounter. As Lao Tzu said, knowing others is intelligence. Knowing yourself is true wisdom. This is what the spiritually awake perceive in reality, that others never notice the sacred awareness that has always been watching, waiting, and witnessing through you. And when you see from that place, you understand nothing was ever missing, because you were never separate. Comment below. I am one with all that is. If you've begun to see through the illusion of separation and feel the truth of unity within your soul. 4. You are not in the universe. The universe is in you. Spiritually awake souls perceive a truth so profound that it dissolves every illusion of separation. They realize they are not existing inside the universe, but that the universe itself is breathing, expanding, and evolving within them. As Carl Jung once said, who looks outside, dreams. Who looks inside, awakes. This awakening is not an abstract idea. It is a direct experience where the boundaries between the self and the cosmos disappear. You begin to feel that your consciousness is not something small contained within the brain or body. It is the infinite field in which stars, planets, and even time unfold. You are not the wave lost in the sea. You are the ocean taking the shape of a wave for a brief moment of expression. This is the essence of spirituality and true spiritual awakening. The remembrance that everything you seek outside already exists within the vast awareness that you are. As this realization deepens, the grip of the ego begins to fade. You no longer identify with the fleeting story of me and mine, for you see that all identities are temporary ripples on the surface of something eternal. The ego, which once whispered that you must prove, possess, and control, becomes silent in the face of the infinite presence that simply is. This presence, this awareness, is the real you, the one that existed before your name, before your fears, before the world told you who to be. When this truth settles into your being, peace flows effortlessly, for there is nothing left to defend and nothing left to chase. Jung described this journey as individuation, the process by which the conscious and the unconscious, the finite and the infinite, become one harmonious whole. To the spiritually awakened, life is no longer a collection of random events. It becomes a living mirror, reflecting the state of their inner world. Every experience, every relationship, and even every challenge is seen as a symbolic message from the universe, urging them to evolve in awareness. What once appeared as chaos now reveals hidden order. Synchronicities, those mysterious coincidences, begin to unfold like cosmic winks, reminding them that they are deeply aligned with something far greater than logic can comprehend. This is why the awakened do not seek to escape the world, but to see through it. They realize that the world is not happening to them. It is happening through them. When you live from this awareness, life transforms into an effortless dance. You no longer react to circumstances as though they hold power over you, for you understand that your inner vibration shapes your outer reality. The same intelligence that moves galaxies also beats within your heart, guiding every step you take. You begin to move through the world with quiet confidence, not because you know every answer, but because you sense the rhythm of something sacred pulsing beneath every moment. You become the calm in the storm, the still point in the turning world. In this state of spiritual wisdom, every breath becomes an act of creation, every thought a spark of cosmic intelligence, and every heartbeat a reminder that the universe is not separate from you. It is you. You stop trying to belong because you finally understand. You have always been the belonging itself. To awaken spiritually is to remember that the stars, the oceans, the mountains, and even the silence between heartbeats all exist within the same infinite consciousness that you call I. And in that realization, the boundaries between heaven and earth dissolve, leaving only the quiet truth that you were never just a part of the universe. You have always been its living soul. Leave a like and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom if this message resonates with your soul, and turn on the notification bell so you won't miss any upcoming insights about your spiritual awakening. Comment below. The universe lives within me. If you're ready to embody the truth that you are the source of creation itself. 5. Oneness and interconnection of all things. The spiritually awake perceive reality as a single, living field of energy in which all things are deeply intertwined. They no longer see clear boundaries between self and other, inside and outside, or life and death. Instead, they feel the silent pulse that connects everything, the unseen thread that links a falling leaf to the beating of their own heart. This awareness doesn't come through intellect, but through direct experience, through the quiet realization that everything arises and dissolves together in a seamless cosmic dance. When this understanding awakens within you, compassion ceases to be a choice. It becomes your natural state. You begin to understand that to harm another is to wound yourself, that every act of kindness ripples across the vast ocean of being and returns to you in unseen ways. As you grow in spirituality and spiritual development, the world begins to reveal itself not as a place of chaos, but as a precise symphony where every note plays in divine timing. You start to notice how the smallest events, the sound of rain, the laughter of a child, the flicker of a candle, are not separate from you, but reflections of the same sacred energy that animates your existence. You stop asking, "Why is this happening to me?" and begin to sense that everything is happening through you. The separation between inner and outer fades, and you realize that the universe is not a stage you walk upon, but a living mirror reflecting your state of consciousness. From this perspective, fear and competition lose their meaning. You understand that life is not about control, but harmony, not about possession, but participation. When you breathe, you feel the breath of the universe moving through you. When you love, you feel the love of the cosmos flowing outward without limit. Even death, once a shadow of dread, becomes a gentle transformation, a return to the infinite cycle from which you came. You begin to see that the end and the beginning are one and the same, that energy never dies, it only changes form. This vision reshapes how you move through the world. You become less reactive and more aware, less attached to outcomes and more aligned with presence. You see that every person, even those who challenge you, is a mirror showing parts of your own soul that seek recognition and healing. You start to live with intention, to speak with clarity, and to act with reverence because you understand that every choice contributes to the vibration of the whole. You begin to sense the truth that Carl Jung hinted at. Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate. The spiritually awake no longer live as victims of circumstance. They live as co-creators of reality. Everything becomes sacred when you awaken to this truth. The boundaries that once defined your identity dissolve into something greater and more luminous. You stop searching for meaning and start embodying it. The more you awaken, the more you realize that you are not a drop in the ocean. You are the ocean aware of itself. This is the essence of spiritual development. To awaken from the illusion of separateness and to recognize that everything, from the smallest atom to the grandest star, is part of one infinite being eternally expressing itself through you. If you've made it this far, you already feel the deep connection that links all things. Comment below, "I am one with everything," to remind yourself that separation is just an illusion. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and turn on the notification bell so you never miss more wisdom like this. 6. Intelligence is embedded in the universe. They perceive reality as alive, infused with an invisible intelligence that breathes through every leaf, every gust of wind, and every heartbeat. To them, nature is not dumb matter. It is consciousness expressing itself in infinite forms. Carl Jung once said, "The privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are." And those who awaken spiritually understand that this becoming is guided by the same universal intelligence that grows a flower without instruction and orchestrates the stars without effort. They no longer see consciousness as something that only exists in the human brain, but as the very fabric of existence itself, the silent architect behind every process in the cosmos. The same energy that makes the heart beat and the lungs expand also spins galaxies into being. The body digests, breathes, and heals without your permission because something deeper is at work, an intelligence so vast that it transcends thought. When the spiritually awake observe this, they do not just see, they feel the rhythm of the universe pulsing through them. They understand that this force, called divine intelligence, universal mind, or sacred order, is the essence of all creation. The grass grows not because it tries, but because it aligns with the flow of life. The spiritually awake live the same way. They move with the current instead of fighting it. What others call coincidence, they recognize as synchronicity, a meaningful dialogue between the inner and outer worlds, proof that consciousness connects everything. They sense this intelligence not as an abstract idea, but as a living presence guiding them through intuition, signs, and stillness. It speaks in moments of silence, through dreams that reveal truth, and through the quiet voice of the heart that always knows before the mind does. Jung called this the collective unconscious, a shared ocean of intelligence where every soul is connected beneath the surface of individuality. To see reality this way is to live in harmony with it. The spiritually awake trust life's timing, knowing that the same wisdom that turns seasons and shapes destinies also orchestrates their path. They understand that intelligence is not something to acquire, but something to surrender to. It doesn't come from striving. It comes from awareness. The body knows how to heal. The heart knows how to forgive. And the soul knows how to return home when you stop interfering with its process. Every act of stillness, every conscious breath, becomes an act of communion with that intelligence. This is what spiritual wisdom reveals, that you are not separate from life, but a divine expression of it, an individual wave on an infinite ocean of awareness, rising and falling in perfect rhythm with the whole. 7. No one is truly in control. Life is living you. The feeling that you are a separate being steering the course of life is the greatest illusion of all. For in truth, life is not something you are living. Life is living you. Everything that arises within and around you, Your actions, your thoughts, your impulses emerges from a mysterious current that flows deeper than the ego's perception. You do not summon the next heartbeat or instruct your lungs to fill with air. Existence simply breathes through you. Like waves forming and dissolving upon the ocean, your decisions appear, peak, and vanish in the rhythm of something far greater. This is the essence of spirituality and true spiritual awakening. The realization that the I, who claims to control, is merely a witness to the movement of the infinite. The ego, though loud and persuasive, does not create it, only observes and claims credit afterward, like a commentator narrating a match that has already been played. The mind says, "I decided," when in reality, the decision was already unfolding from layers of instinct, conditioning, intuition, and consciousness beyond measure. The moment you see this clearly, an immense lightness fills your being. You stop forcing and start flowing. You stop chasing perfection and begin to recognize that every step, every choice, every so-called mistake is life expressing itself through your form. Carl Jung once wrote, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate." In awakening, you do not become passive. You become aligned with this hidden intelligence that was moving you all along. You begin to notice how even ordinary acts happen before the ego intervenes. Your hand reaches for water before the thought arises. Your laughter bursts before you plan it. Your intuition speaks before logic drafts a sentence. Life does not ask your permission to unfold. It simply does. When you relax into this truth, anxiety and perfectionism lose their grip because the pressure to control every outcome dissolves. You cannot make a mistake when you realize you are not the isolated author of the story, but the pen through which the universe writes. The deeper your spiritual awareness grows, the more you see that resistance creates suffering, while surrender opens the path of effortless harmony. To live in this awareness is not to give up effort, but to give up illusion. You still move, create, and choose, but from presence, not panic. You act without clinging to results, because you trust that the same force that spins the planets and makes flowers bloom also guides your next breath. Like a river finding its way to the sea, your life moves with a wisdom that cannot be calculated, but can always be trusted. When you stop grasping for control, you do not lose power. You discover real power, the quiet intelligence that operates when the ego steps aside. And in that surrender, you awaken to the truth that has always been whispering beneath the noise. You were never the wave trying to master the ocean. You have always been the ocean itself, remembering its own depth through the motion of a single wave. Stay connected with our community of spiritual seekers by subscribing to Spiritual Wisdom. Here, we explore Carl Jung's timeless teachings and awaken to the truth that life is not something we control. It's something that flows through us. 8. Only the present moment is real. Time is not an external force that carries you forward, but a construct of the human mind, a veil that hides the truth that only this present moment is real. The spiritually awake understand that the past and the future are illusions born of thought. The past exists as memory, and the future exists as imagination, both appearing now within consciousness. In spiritual development, this realization is like stepping out of a fog into crystal clarity. You begin to see that life unfolds only in the present, and this awareness dissolves the tension that binds the mind to regret and anticipation. As Carl Jung said, "Who looks outside, dreams. Who looks inside, awakes." When you awaken inwardly, you no longer drift through life chasing what once was or fearing what might come. You live in the only place life ever truly exists at this moment. In this stillness, the noise of the mind begins to fade. The endless inner dialogue, the rehearsed worries, the self-criticism, all of it loses its grip. What emerges instead is awareness itself, pure, steady, luminous. You begin to experience the world as it is, not as you think it should be. The light, the sounds, the sensations all become vibrant and alive. Every breath becomes a prayer, every second a quiet miracle. This is spirituality in motion, not a concept or belief, but a lived experience. When awareness becomes your natural state, you realize that joy has never been lost. It was only buried beneath the clutter of thought. Problems still appear, but they no longer dominate your existence because you see through them. They are movements within consciousness, waves rising and falling in the vast ocean of now. The more you remain rooted in presence, the more peace becomes your foundation. Life stops feeling like a constant struggle for control, and instead becomes a dance, a rhythm, guided by something wiser than the mind. This is the essence of spiritual development, surrendering the need to manipulate reality and allowing it to express itself through you. In this surrender, suffering eases and clarity blossoms. You no longer look for meaning outside yourself, because you sense that the meaning is already here, pulsing within each breath and heartbeat. Life is not something to master, but to witness, to move with, to flow alongside. When you live this way, time loses its tyranny, and every moment becomes a doorway to freedom. Reality reveals itself not as something distant or mysterious, but as the living presence that has always been here, quiet, radiant, and infinitely alive. When you begin to see the world through awakened eyes, you realize that reality isn't something happening to you. It's something responding to you. The spiritually awake perceive meaning where others see coincidence, purpose where others see chaos, and light even in the darkest moments. Remember, awareness is the true miracle. It transforms how you live, love, and create. If this message resonates with you, please like this video, share it with someone who's ready to awaken, and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom. Don't forget to turn on the notification bell so you never miss our upcoming explorations into consciousness and the hidden truths of reality, the hidden spiritual reason you're constantly thinking about someone. What you think, you become. What you feel, you attract. What you imagine, you create. Buddha. Have you ever wondered why a certain person keeps appearing in your thoughts, no matter how much you try to move on? Perhaps it isn't just coincidence. Perhaps it's the universe, or your subconscious mind, trying to tell you something profound about your spiritual path. In today's video, the hidden spiritual reason. You're constantly thinking about someone. Carl Jung explains, we'll explore how these recurring thoughts may reveal energetic bonds, unresolved emotions, or the mirror of your own soul seeking healing and growth. As you listen, think about the people who often cross your mind. What might their presence be reflecting within you? Share your thoughts in the comments below, and let's uncover these hidden truths together. Welcome to Spiritual Wisdom, where every insight brings you closer to your true self. 1. Thoughts as energetic signals. Your thoughts are not random flickers of the mind. They are waves of energy vibrating through the field of consciousness, forming invisible connections that link you to people, places, and emotions across time and space. When you find yourself constantly thinking about someone, it's not mere coincidence, but an energetic frequency between two souls communicating beyond the limits of physical reality. In spirituality, every thought is a message, a signal carrying emotional information. Carl Jung, a master of analytical psychology, believed that repetitive thoughts are expressions of deeper psychological and spiritual truths surfacing from the unconscious. They are not meant to torment you, but to awaken you. The mind doesn't simply replay the past. It reflects what is unresolved within you, what still seeks harmony, healing, or closure. When someone occupies your thoughts again and again, your consciousness is not just remembering them, it's mirroring your inner world. Jung taught that the unconscious speaks through symbols and relationships. The person who lingers in your mind might not represent themselves, but a hidden aspect of your soul calling for recognition. They may embody an archetype, the lover you long for, the shadow you resist, or the wounded child you've forgotten. Through spirituality, this is understood as a sacred mirror, an energetic reflection revealing what your spirit yearns to integrate. Spiritual awakening often begins when you realize that your deepest emotional bonds are not accidents. They are teachers sent by the universe to lead you toward wholeness. Every thought is energy in motion, and when that energy is directed towards someone, it becomes a vibrational signal that transcends physical distance. If your frequencies match or share emotional resonance, this energetic bridge keeps both souls aligned in thought, as if their subconscious minds are whispering across invisible dimensions. This is not fantasy. It's how energy works in the higher reality of spirituality. Thoughts are alive, and emotions are magnetic. They shape your field, attract similar vibrations, and connect you to those who are meant to mirror a part of your evolution. Sometimes, it's a connection of unfinished lessons. Other times, it's a divine reminder that your soul is expanding through love, pain, and remembrance. When you stop fighting the thought and start listening to it, something extraordinary happens. Clarity replaces confusion, and your emotional energy shifts from attachment to understanding. Constantly thinking about someone then becomes less of an obsession and more of a divine signal guiding you home to yourself. It's the universe's way of saying that consciousness is communication, and your mind, heart, and spirit are learning to speak the same language. The key is to listen not to the noise of longing, but to the wisdom behind it. Every energetic pull is a lesson in alignment, reminding you that spirituality is not about chasing answers outside yourself. It's about recognizing that everything you feel is a reflection of what your soul already knows. Do you feel this truth resonating within you? If you do, let your energy speak. Comment below. My thoughts are energy, and I am aligned with the one meant for me. 2. Projection and the mirror of the psyche. The person you can't stop thinking about often represents a reflection of your own inner world, a part of your psyche reaching out for acknowledgement and integration. Carl Jung believed that what we see in others is not random. It is our unconscious mind projecting an unhealed or unrealized aspect of ourselves. In the journey of spirituality and spiritual growth, these projections are not punishments or coincidences. They are mirrors sent by life itself, urging you to see what you've hidden from your awareness. When someone occupies your thoughts endlessly, it's usually because they embody an emotion, a wound, or a forgotten truth within you that's asking to be brought to light. You may think it's about them, but it's actually your soul calling you inward, saying, "Look here. There's something you still need to understand about yourself." Sometimes the person you think about constantly awakens parts of your heart. You've silenced your vulnerability, your desire, your creativity, or your pain. Other times, they mirror your shadow, showing you where you still carry fear, attachment, or illusion. As Jung said, until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate. This constant mental return to someone is your psyche's way of trying to integrate what has been denied. It's not always about love or longing. It can be about reclaiming lost power or facing the emotional truths you once buried. Perhaps they represent freedom you crave, confidence you envy, or compassion you suppress. Through the lens of spirituality, everyone who lingers in your thoughts is a teacher dressed as a mirror. They reveal not what you lack, but what you've yet to recognize within yourself. When you can see this clearly, obsession turns into observation, and longing turns into learning. You begin to understand that no one outside of you holds the key to your peace. That power has always been yours. Every connection, every recurring thought is a step toward greater wholeness, helping you remember that the purpose of all relationships is not possession, but awakening. So when you can't stop thinking about someone, take a deep breath and turn inward. Ask your heart, what am I really feeling? What is this person showing me about myself? You'll find that behind every thought lies an emotion, and behind every emotion lies wisdom. The more you acknowledge these inner truths, the more you free yourself from emotional dependency. This is what spiritual growth looks like, not escaping your feelings, but transforming them into understanding. The mind works through symbols, and the person you keep returning to is one of those symbols, representing a piece of your inner universe waiting to come home. Once you embrace that, you no longer chase after closure from others. You find closure within. Because every thought, every face, and every connection you can't forget is ultimately a reflection of your own divine self, inviting you to awaken, integrate, and become whole again. If this insight resonates with you, take a moment to reflect on what your mind might be mirroring back to you. Comment below. I am ready to see my reflection clearly, to affirm your commitment to this journey of self-awareness and transformation. 3. Archetypal connection, animus and anima. In Jungian psychology, when you can't stop thinking about someone, Carl Jung would say it's not necessarily about that person, but about the reflection of your own unconscious. This fixation can symbolize what Jung called the archetypal connection between your inner masculine, animus, and inner feminine, anima. It means the person appearing in your mind mirrors the qualities within you that are asking for acknowledgement, balance, or healing. According to Jung's spiritual wisdom, these inner archetypes shape how you love, perceive, and relate to others. The animus embodies logic, will, and action, while the anima represents emotion, intuition, and receptivity. When one of these energies is suppressed, your unconscious seeks balance by projecting it outward, often onto someone who awakens it within you. So when a person keeps returning to your thoughts, it might not be an obsession, but a symbolic mirror of the aspects of yourself that are long to be seen. Every encounter becomes a reflection. If you are a woman who keeps thinking about a man, it may reveal your inner masculine's desire to express confidence, purpose, and clarity. If you are a man who can't stop thinking about a woman, she may represent your inner feminine's call to reconnect with empathy, intuition, and creativity. Jung once wrote, "The privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are." That truth unfolds through these internal unions when the animus and anima stop fighting and start dancing in harmony. These people who enter your awareness are not coincidences. They are symbols sent by your psyche to awaken you. Instead of resisting those thoughts, observe them. What does this person awaken within you? Strength, vulnerability, longing, or courage? Perhaps they embody the qualities you secretly crave or the ones you've hidden to survive. As Jung said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate." Fate, in this case, wears the face of the one you can't forget. But the purpose is not to cling to them. It's to retrieve the energy you projected onto them and bring it back to yourself. When you finally integrate these opposing energies, something magical happens. The constant mental noise quiets. The emotional storm settles. The person's image fades, but the wisdom they carried remains. You begin to realize that they were never the destination, but the catalyst for your spiritual awakening. Through them, you remembered what was missing within. That is the hidden beauty of what Carl Jung called individuation, the process of becoming whole. Every connection, every thought, every longing is a message from your soul inviting you to reconcile the divine masculine and feminine within. And once you do, you stop seeking completion in others because you finally find it within yourself. 4. Synchronicity and symbolic reality. When you find yourself thinking about someone and, almost like a whisper from the universe, you hear their name, see their picture, or encounter a song that stirs memories of them, it's easy to call it coincidence, but in spirituality and spiritual awakening, nothing is ever random. Carl Jung, the father of analytical psychology, called this phenomenon synchronicity, a meaningful coincidence that reveals a hidden harmony between your inner psyche and the outer world. It's as though your thoughts are not confined to your mind, but are part of an invisible network connecting you to the flow of universal consciousness. Every sign, every name, every song carries symbolic meaning, urging you to look beyond surface reality and into the deeper language of the soul. These moments are not meant to confuse you. They are invitations to awaken to the profound truth that life is communicating with you through patterns and resonance. In a state of spiritual awakening, the outer world becomes a reflection of your inner emotional landscape. The constant appearance of reminders about a person, whether through dreams, random encounters, or sudden intuitions, is often your subconscious trying to bring something important to light. Jung believed that the unconscious mind speaks through symbols because ordinary words cannot hold the depth of what the soul wants to express. When you think about someone repeatedly and the universe echoes their presence back to you, it's not necessarily about them. It's about what they symbolize within you. Maybe they represent unresolved feelings, unhealed wounds, or aspects of yourself you have yet to fully accept. The universe uses synchronicity as a mirror, revealing the parts of your psyche that are ready for healing, transformation, or release. Each coincidence is like a sacred whisper, reminding you that everything in existence is energetically connected. The universe communicates gently through these synchronicities, using them as a bridge between your conscious awareness and your deeper truth. When such signs appear, the question isn't why them, but what is this showing me about myself? Sometimes, the person you can't stop thinking about carries an energetic message. Perhaps you share a spiritual contract, a karmic lesson, or a mirror of love and fear that your soul needs to integrate. In this way, spiritual awakening teaches you that every external event carries an inner reflection. As Jung wisely said, until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate. The repetition of thoughts and signs is the universe's way of helping you make the unconscious conscious, guiding you toward wholeness and awareness. You are not being haunted by coincidence. You are being guided by divine intelligence. The connection you feel to someone is not always physical or emotional. It can be energetic, soul-based, or symbolic, existing to trigger your evolution. The moment you recognize that synchronicity is communication rather than coincidence, you begin to live from a higher state of awareness. Every name you hear, every lyric that touches you, every seemingly random encounter becomes a thread in the tapestry of meaning woven by the cosmos itself. Through spirituality, you start to see that you are not a passive observer of life, but a conscious participant in an ongoing dialogue between your soul and the universe. And as your awareness deepens, you come to understand that nothing, no thought, no sign, no connection is ever wasted. Everything you notice is part of your journey towards spiritual awakening, gently guiding you back to the truth that everything and everyone is connected through the infinite field of consciousness. Leave a like and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom. And don't forget to turn on the notification bell so you never miss our next awakening insight. Stay aligned with the flow of synchronicity and divine timing. Comment below. I trust the universe to guide me through every sign and symbol. 5. Emotional clues and inner messages. Every emotion you feel towards someone, whether it's longing, admiration, fear, or anger, isn't just a fleeting sensation. It's a coded message from the depths of your unconscious mind, a whisper from your inner world calling for your awareness. In the journey of spirituality and spiritual growth, these emotions act as sacred messengers that reveal where your soul is trying to evolve. When you feel a deep pull towards someone, it's rarely about them. Instead, it's a reflection of the parts of yourself that long to be acknowledged and integrated. Carl Jung beautifully said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life, and you will call it fate." This truth reminds you that your emotions are mirror symbols that illuminate hidden corners of your psyche and guide you toward wholeness. When you feel admiration, it may be your higher self showing you qualities you possess but have yet to embody. When you feel longing, it may point to an unmet need within your emotional or spiritual life. Fear can reveal resistance to growth, while anger might signal boundaries that have been ignored or crossed. Instead of judging these feelings, you can learn to decode them with compassion. They are not signs of weakness, but invitations for transformation. Each emotion carries a spiritual lesson about your energy, your needs, and your evolution. Observing them without labeling right or wrong allows you to see their divine purpose, helping you reclaim pieces of your soul that have been lost through neglect, pain, or denial. In Jungian psychology, this process is part of individuation, the sacred path toward becoming your true, integrated self. Through this lens, constantly thinking about someone is not a coincidence. It's a reflection of an energetic connection designed to awaken your awareness. The person who occupies your thoughts may represent a forgotten aspect of your own consciousness. They mirror the emotional energy that needs to be acknowledged, healed, or reclaimed. When you shift your attention from the external person to the internal meaning, you move from projection to self-realization. The emotions that once confused you now become your greatest teachers, guiding you towards spiritual clarity and freedom. As you learn to witness your emotions without judgment, you begin to hear their symbolic language. Your heart becomes the interpreter of your unconscious mind. That person who lingers in your thoughts might not be there to fulfill a romantic or social purpose. They could be a divine catalyst, awakening something within you that has been dormant. Perhaps they appear to help you understand the patterns of attachment, forgiveness, or self-love that you must master. Spiritual growth begins when you no longer chase the external source of emotion, but turn inward to uncover its meaning. Each feeling you experience holds a vibration, and when you face it consciously, you transmute that energy into wisdom. The act of listening to your emotions becomes a form of prayer, a conversation between your conscious mind and your higher self. The more you listen, the more fluent you become in your inner language. And as this understanding deepens, your emotional landscape transforms from chaos into clarity, from confusion into peace. In that stillness, you realize that your emotions were never obstacles. They were stepping stones guiding you home to your truest self. Through this awareness, your spirituality deepens and your soul expands, allowing you to live with greater balance, authenticity, and grace. Comment below, "I listen to my emotions with wisdom," and let it remind you that every feeling carries a sacred message from your inner self. When you honor your emotions instead of resisting them, you unlock the hidden guidance of your soul. Stay present, stay aware, and let your emotional truth lead you toward awakening. 6. Shadow work and integration. When someone triggers discomfort, confusion, or an almost magnetic pull in you, they're not just passing through your mind by accident. They are mirroring something hidden within you. In the language of Carl Jung and his profound spiritual wisdom, this is your shadow speaking. The shadow represents the rejected, forgotten, or suppressed parts of your psyche, the qualities you've denied yourself because they didn't fit your idea of who you thought you should be. When a person evokes an intense emotional response, it isn't simply about them. It's your soul's attempt to bring these buried aspects back into your awareness so you can finally heal and become whole. Jung once said, "Everything that irritates us about others can lead us to an understanding of ourselves." And that single truth contains the key to self-liberation. When you feel jealousy, anger, or obsession towards someone, your unconscious is whispering that this emotion holds a clue. Maybe the confidence you admire in them is the same confidence you've been too afraid to own. Maybe their arrogance touches the wound of your own unacknowledged pride. The universe, through its mysterious design, uses relationships as mirrors, each encounter reflecting parts of you that seek reconciliation. In spiritual awakening, no meeting is random. Every emotional trigger is an opportunity for integration. The people who challenge you the most are often your greatest teachers, showing you the exact fragments of your soul that are still waiting for your love. Shadow work is the art of turning inward when you most want to look outward. Instead of blaming, avoiding, or romanticizing the person who consumes your thoughts, you pause and ask, what part of me are they revealing? This act of self-inquiry transforms emotional pain into spiritual wisdom. As you begin to see these patterns clearly, you reclaim your lost energy. The emotions that once ruled you lose their grip, and you begin to move with awareness instead of reaction. Jung called this sacred process individuation, the lifelong journey of becoming your true self by reconciling the conscious and unconscious. It's not about eliminating darkness, but about learning to walk beside it with compassion and understanding. Through the integration of the shadow, the mind's war against itself begins to dissolve. The qualities you once projected onto others, your anger, vulnerability, or passion, return home as sources of power. You realize that the person who once haunted your thoughts was never your enemy or your destiny, but your reflection, inviting you to awaken. The wound is the place where the light enters you, Rumi wrote, and within that light lies the freedom to love without fear and to see without illusion. When you embrace what you once denied, you discover that the shadow was never a curse. It was the doorway to your own divine wholeness. 7. Spiritual evolution and soul contracts. From a spiritual perspective, constantly thinking about someone is not simply an accident of the mind. It's often a reflection of a temporary soul contract designed for your spiritual evolution. In the journey of spirituality and spiritual awakening, certain souls enter your life not to stay forever, but to awaken something within you. These connections, though invisible, carry an energetic agreement between two souls to help each other grow, heal, and awaken to higher consciousness. When a particular person keeps reappearing in your thoughts, it isn't always about them. It's about what they represent within your inner world. They act as a mirror, reflecting your unhealed wounds, suppressed emotions, or forgotten strengths. Your soul uses them as a catalyst, a spiritual teacher disguised in human form, to help you recognize what still seeks balance and transformation inside you. Carl Jung's teachings illuminate this phenomenon with striking clarity. He believed that what we project onto others often represents what remains unacknowledged within ourselves. In this sense, the person who dominates your thoughts is not there to disturb your peace, but to reveal your own hidden energy patterns. The more you resist the lesson, the stronger the pull becomes, as if your consciousness keeps replaying the same emotional frequency until you finally understand the message. This is the essence of soul contracts, mutual awakening through recognition. The intensity you feel is the soul's way of saying, it's time to evolve. As your awareness deepens, you begin to understand that these connections are not punishments or coincidences. They are divine arrangements designed to realign you with your higher purpose. Through emotional turbulence, spiritual insight is born. The attachment, the longing, the endless cycle of thoughts, all of it pushes you toward surrender, forcing you to reclaim your own energy. Once the emotional lesson is integrated, the connection starts to lose its magnetic grip. You no longer feel the same mental pull because your soul has absorbed the wisdom it came to receive. At this stage, peace naturally replaces intensity. You look back and realize that the person who once consumed your thoughts was a messenger of light hidden within the shadow of desire. They entered your path to awaken the dormant parts of your soul, to show you where love needed to flow freely, without fear or expectation. When you release the energy tied to them, you step into spiritual freedom. The mind quiets because the contract is complete. Both souls have received what they came for. In truth, this process reveals that spiritual awakening is not about forgetting someone, but about remembering yourself through them. Each connection, no matter how fleeting, serves your evolution, guiding you closer to inner harmony and divine consciousness. If you find this content touching your heart, please consider becoming a member to receive more in-depth lessons and direct support from me. 8. Awakening and individuation. When you find yourself constantly thinking about someone, it's not just about them. It's a reflection of your own spiritual awakening unfolding from within. Carl Jung taught that such persistent thoughts are never coincidences, but messages from the unconscious, guiding you toward deeper spiritual growth and inner harmony. These thoughts rise to the surface because a part of you is asking to be seen, understood, and healed. You may feel as if your mind is looping back to this person without reason, but what's truly happening is that your soul is trying to lead you toward integration. The energy behind these thoughts is symbolic. It reveals something hidden within your psyche that's ready to awaken. Each person who enters your awareness acts as a mirror of your inner world. They might stir emotions you've long buried or awaken dreams you once silenced. Jung described this journey as individuation, the sacred process of becoming whole by uniting your conscious and unconscious selves. The person who occupies your thoughts is not there by accident. They are a messenger from your deeper self. Their image represents the parts of you that you've projected outward, your fears, desires, strengths, or unhealed wounds. As you evolve, life uses these mirrors to help you see what you're ready to face. Every thought becomes a clue. Every emotional reaction, a guide leading you toward greater self-awareness. When the same person repeatedly appears in your mind, it's your spirit inviting you to examine the energy beneath that connection. Maybe it's teaching you about attachment, boundaries, or unconditional love. Maybe it's helping you release old identities that no longer fit the person you're becoming. Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate, Jung said. And these recurring thoughts are the unconscious knocking on your door. Instead of fighting them, listen. Ask what they're trying to reveal about your inner landscape. Sometimes the person symbolizes closure. Other times, they awaken compassion or forgiveness. But always, they lead you closer to self-realization. In this sense, constant thoughts about someone are not signs of obsession. They are signs of transformation. You are being guided to transcend emotional dependency and reclaim your inner power. When you shift your focus from, "Why can't I stop thinking about them?" to, "What is this teaching me about myself?" you step into the realm of spiritual maturity. you begin to see that your deepest relationships are not built in the physical realm, but in the energetic and symbolic space of the soul. Through awareness, you break free from illusion and enter a state of peace that no one else can give or take away. This is the essence of spirituality, to recognize that every experience, every connection, every thought exists to bring you closer to wholeness. The more you honor the lessons behind these inner reflections, the more your energy aligns with love, acceptance, and truth. Over time, the obsessive pull softens into clarity, the longing transforms into gratitude, and what once felt like confusion becomes a bridge to awakening. What seemed to be about another person was, all along, your own soul calling you home to yourself. And so, if you've ever found yourself thinking about someone again and again, perhaps it's not just coincidence, but a message from the deeper layers of your soul. As Carl Jung reminds us, until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life, and you will call it fate. Every thought, every pull may be your inner world inviting you to awaken, to heal, and to understand the unseen connection that mirrors your own spiritual evolution. If this message resonates with you, remember to like this video, share it with someone who might need to hear it, and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom. Don't forget to turn on the notification bell so you never miss our upcoming explorations into the mysteries of the soul and the hidden language of the psyche. The ruthless aura hack that makes people obey you instinctively. Power is not revealed through force, but through presence. Carl Jung. Have you ever met someone whose energy alone seemed to command the room? In today's video, the ruthless aura hack that makes people obey you instinctively. Carl Jung's dark wisdom. We'll explore how true power isn't loud or aggressive, but silent, magnetic, and deeply psychological. Carl Jung believed that when you master your inner world, others unconsciously adjust to your energy, not because you control them, but because you control yourself. As you watch, ask yourself, how can I apply these principles to become calmer, more grounded, and naturally influential in my daily life? Share your thoughts in the comments below, and let's grow together through spiritual wisdom. 1. Power begins with unshakable certainty. True dominance begins within the mind, where unshakable certainty takes root. It is not about control over others, but mastery over oneself. Confidence, restraint, and calculated silence form the sacred triangle of real power. This kind of authority doesn't shout or demand attention. It radiates through the calm energy of someone who knows exactly who they are. In spirituality and awakening, this inner stillness becomes a force that naturally commands respect. When your mind is steady, your energy speaks louder than words. People sense it instinctively. They feel your certainty before you even open your mouth. Weak souls often over-explain because they crave approval. They try to fill silence with noise, hoping others will understand their worth. But those who have walked the path of inner mastery understand that silence is power. In silence, your energy expands and begins to lead. Carl Jung described this as individuation, the process of becoming whole, where your outer behavior mirrors your inner truth. When you embody this state, you no longer have to convince anyone of your value. Your aura already declares it with quiet confidence. The world bends subtly around you because your energy vibrates at the frequency of certainty. Certainty radiates inevitability. People sense that you cannot be moved, not because of dominance or aggression, but because your presence carries the weight of something unshakable. This is energetic gravity, the magnetic pull of coherence between your thoughts, emotions, and actions. Others feel safer following your lead because your energy represents alignment. In this way, spirituality merges with psychology. Your aura becomes a living projection of inner balance. You don't control others. You simply influence them by being energetically congruent. Reality responds to coherence the same way metal responds to a magnet. This ruthless aura is not about cruelty, it is about discipline. You cultivate it by mastering your impulses, by choosing restraint when your ego wants validation. Each time you hold your silence, you strengthen your energetic field. Each time you resist explaining yourself, you deepen your spiritual gravity. Over time, your presence grows denser, steadier, and more commanding. People may not know why they respect you, but they will feel that resistance against you is futile. You embody inevitability, and inevitability is the most powerful form of persuasion. The truly awakened understand that power is not taken. It is earned through alignment. Spiritual awakening transforms chaos into clarity, turning insecurity into presence. The moment you stop reacting to everything around you, you begin to master the unseen. Your aura becomes your armor, your silence becomes your strategy, and your certainty becomes your command. Jung once said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate." When you awaken, you no longer chase influence, you become influence. The ruthless aura, then, is the result of ruthless inner work, the quiet dismantling of fear, doubt, and ego. When you no longer waver in your truth, your energy becomes immovable. That immovability is what others call power, but what the awakened know as presence. And in that presence, control dissolves, because everything around you naturally obeys the rhythm of your certainty. Comment below. I am unshakable in my power. If you're ready to embody the kind of certainty that makes others feel your presence before you even speak. This is where true influence begins, not in control, but in unwavering belief in who you are. Let this be your declaration of inner strength and spiritual wisdom. 2. The mask of controlled power. Your aura is not who you are, but what you allow the world to see. It's the outer reflection of your inner state, the energy that announces your presence before your words ever do. In the realm of power, perception is everything. And as Machiavelli once said, People judge more by appearances than by truth. That's why the one who controls appearances controls the narrative. When you keep your emotions hidden and your expression calm, you create an air of mystery that compels others to wonder, to respect, and even to fear losing your approval. True power doesn't seek attention. It commands it effortlessly through silence, restraint, and the kind of confidence that doesn't need to prove itself. The aura of someone who moves with intention, who speaks only when necessary, and who radiates calm certainty is an aura that bends reality around it. This mastery over energy is not manipulation, it's spirituality in motion. It's the essence of spiritual growth, where you no longer react from ego or insecurity, but from awareness and balance. Every time you withhold the impulse to explain, defend, or prove yourself, you strengthen the invisible field of your aura. Your silence becomes a fortress, your stillness, a form of control. This doesn't mean hiding your truth. It means embodying it so deeply that you no longer need to perform it. The more emotionally centered you become, the more others feel your power without you ever having to display it. When your face remains unreadable and your movements deliberate, you broadcast an energy of inner authority that makes others instinctively align with your rhythm. Carl Jung spoke of individuation, the process of becoming whole within oneself, and this is its spiritual dimension. When you integrate your shadow, when you know your light and your darkness equally, you stop leaking energy through emotional chaos. You stop chasing validation and instead become the source of it. Your energy becomes sovereign, your aura stable, and your very presence begins to rewire how others behave around you. They sense something different, something disciplined yet unspoken, like a quiet storm. This is the mask of controlled power, not a disguise to deceive, but a tool to preserve. The world doesn't need to see your turmoil. It needs to feel your composure. Move slowly, deliberately, as if every gesture is sacred. Let your silence carry the weight of 1,000 words. Real power is quiet because it doesn't need to announce itself. It simply exists. When you enter a room with calm confidence and your energy is contained rather than scattered, you communicate a truth deeper than speech, that you are in command of yourself. And when you master yourself, others naturally fall in sync with that vibration. They respect what they can't fully read, and they follow what they can't easily understand. That is the paradox of spiritual power. It's invisible, but impossible to ignore. In mastering your aura, you transcend the superficial games of dominance and step into a higher form of control. Influence born from presence, not performance. 3. Fear as a tool of control. Fear, when mastered with spiritual wisdom and understood through the teachings of Carl Jung, becomes one of the most subtle yet powerful forces of influence. It is not about cruelty or domination. It's about perception. When people sense that crossing you carries unseen consequences, they instinctively adjust their behavior. Jung taught that there is no coming to consciousness without pain, and fear, in its highest form, serves as that pain. It awakens awareness, builds respect, and defines boundaries. People don't always obey love, but they always respect what they fear losing. This is why true authority isn't loud or forceful. It's quiet, deliberate, and unshakable. Your energy, when grounded in silent confidence, sends an unspoken message. I am not to be underestimated. When you embody this balance, You move beyond superficial dominance. Carl Jung's concept of the shadow shows that the darkness within you, once integrated, becomes the core of your strength. One does not become enlightened by imagining figures of light, he said, but by making the darkness conscious. When you make peace with your own shadow, others feel that power. They may not understand it consciously, but they sense that you are not easily moved, not easily deceived, and not easily controlled. That energy alone commands attention. Fear, when used with awareness, is not manipulation, it is mastery. It is the ability to hold a presence so steady that people feel your boundaries before they ever touch them. The real secret is to balance fear with utility to make people both respect and depend on you. If they find value in your presence while also sensing the weight of your absence, they'll never risk losing your favor. That's where true power lies, in necessity. Machiavelli once wrote, "It is better to be feared than loved, if you cannot be both." But spiritual mastery teaches that the highest form of power is being loved for your wisdom and feared for your certainty. You must never rely on noise to prove your strength. The more you speak, the more you give away your power. The less you react, the more mysterious and magnetic your energy becomes. People obey silence because silence holds weight. Keep your limits undefined. Uncertainty breeds respect. When no one knows exactly how far you'll go, they hesitate to test you. Your unpredictability becomes your armor. Your restraint becomes your weapon. The most ruthless aura is not born from aggression, but from emotional control. It's the energy that says, "I could, but I choose not to." That choice itself is power. People who master this subtle psychology become the calm at the center of every storm. Their presence bends chaos into order. Their energy speaks a language words can't, one that says, "I see everything, and I react to nothing." To command such an aura, you must first conquer your own fear. The one who has faced their own darkness no longer trembles before anyone else's. When your energy is rooted in inner certainty, people instinctively align with your rhythm. They obey not out of submission, but out of recognition. They sense that to go against you would be to disturb something greater, something almost spiritual. Fear, then, becomes not a weapon of control, but a mirror of consciousness. It shows others the limits of their own power. In this way, you rise above mere manipulation and step into conscious authority. Your influence doesn't come from force, but from the unspoken gravity of your being. And that, as Carl Jung's dark wisdom reminds us, is the essence of a ruthless aura, the silent fusion of light and shadow that makes the world move around you without you ever having to lift a finger. If this message awakens something within you, the awareness that fear can be used not to dominate others, but to master yourself, then take a moment to honor that growth. Like this video, share it with someone who needs to understand the deeper layers of power, and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom so you never miss another teaching on Carl Jung's dark insights into the human psyche. Comment below. I control my fear. It does not control me. And let that truth reshape your energy today. 4. Emotional detachment and inner control. To control others, you must first master yourself, because every form of true power begins within. Emotional detachment is not the absence of feeling, but the mastery of it, the ability to stand still when the world is shaking and remain calm when chaos demands your reaction. When you stop seeking approval or fearing rejection, you become unreadable, untouchable, and unmanipulable. This state of inner composure builds an aura that naturally commands respect without words. Carl Jung's spiritual wisdom reminds us that until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life, and you will call it fate. Detachment allows you to see those unconscious patterns clearly. The impulses that once made you chase validation or fall into emotional traps. When you detach, you no longer react. You respond with intention. You become a strategist instead of a slave to your emotions. And that's when true control begins, not over others, but over the energy that drives your reality. Detachment does not mean indifference. It means emotional freedom. You stop depending on others for a sense of peace because your peace no longer depends on anything external. You no longer collapse when someone disapproves or inflate when someone praises you. You begin to see that both are illusions, two sides of the same coin used by the world to control your spirit. When you no longer play that game, you rise above it. This is the point of spiritual awakening, to realize that nothing outside of you has power unless you give it meaning. In this space of still awareness, you become like water calm on the surface, deep in essence, flowing around obstacles without resistance. People will feel your energy shift. Your silence will speak louder than their noise, and your calm will unsettle those who rely on chaos to dominate. Every emotion becomes information, not interference. You begin to sense when someone is trying to manipulate you because your awareness pierces through intention like light through fog. Your reactions slow down, your mind sharpens, and your energy stabilizes. This makes you magnetic, not because you try to attract, but because people can feel the strength of your composure. Your aura becomes one of inevitability, the kind of energy that bends others without threat, the kind of presence that doesn't demand obedience but receives it naturally. When you master detachment, you stop trying to control outcomes and start influencing them. Your energy becomes the silent authority in the room. And that is the essence of spirituality, to move through the world without being moved by it. Carl Jung believed that integration of the self is the highest form of transformation, and detachment is the door that leads there. You are no longer the puppet of emotion, but the puppeteer of your destiny. You act when necessary, speak when it serves purpose, and remain silent when power demands stillness. This is inner alchemy, turning reaction into awareness, chaos into clarity, emotion into energy. And once you reach that state, you realize you never needed to control anyone at all. You only needed to command yourself. 5. Silence and words as dual weapons. Silence conceals power in its purest form. When you master silence, you no longer need to prove, persuade, or perform. You simply exist with a quiet certainty that speaks louder than words ever could. In spirituality and spiritual growth, silence is not absence, it is containment. It shields your energy, hides your intentions, and reveals the truth of others. People expose themselves in the presence of your stillness because silence makes them uncomfortable. It compels them to fill the space with their insecurities, motives, and unfiltered emotions. The one who listens the longest always holds the upper hand. As Carl Jung said, "In all chaos, there is a cosmos. In all disorder, a secret order." Your silence becomes that secret order, a psychological mirror that reflects others while keeping your own depths unseen. Yet silence alone does not build dominance. Words, when finally spoken, must emerge with precision and power. Every word you say must serve a purpose. Every sentence must land with intention. Speak less, but when you do, let your tone be calm, your language sharp, and your message undeniable. Never justify, never explain, declare. Explanation seeks approval. Declaration commands respect. When you speak with authority, you train the energy around you to respond. People sense confidence not in how loud you are, but in how little you need to say to be understood. The energy behind your words carries conviction, and conviction is a force that bends reality. A single, deliberate statement from a centered soul can silence a room faster than any shout. The real mastery lies in balancing the dance between silence and speech. Too much silence makes you unreachable. Too much speech makes you predictable. But when you merge the two, you create rhythm, mystery, and control. Your silence builds tension. Your words release it. You become unpredictable, magnetic, and sovereign in your presence. Others instinctively lean toward you, drawn not by manipulation, but by energy, the sense that you know something they don't. This balance turns you into a living paradox. Calm, yet commanding. Still, yet unstoppable. Jung believed that the unconscious communicates through energy and symbols. When you master this dual weapon, you symbolize pure alignment, thought, emotion, and will moving as one. In this way, spirituality is no longer passive contemplation, but active influence. True spiritual growth refines your energy so that every silence, every word, every breath becomes a statement of power. You no longer react to the world, you shape it through presence. Your silence disarms the noise, your words shape reality, and your aura becomes an unspoken command. This is the essence of higher awareness. Not to control others, but to master yourself so completely that others feel your strength before you speak. Silence protects your power. Words project it. And when both move together with awareness, you stop chasing respect, you become it. Leave your like and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom, and turn on the notification bell so you never miss any new insights like this one. Remember, true power lies in mastering both silence and speech. Comment below. My silence speaks louder than words. 6. The weaponization of presence. Presence is the invisible force that speaks louder than words, a field of spiritual gravity that bends the energy of a room without effort. It begins with stillness, your posture straight, your movements unhurried, your eyes steady and unflinching. You do not chase attention. You command it by existing in full awareness of your own power. Carl Jung once said, "The meeting of two personalities is like the contact of two chemical substances. If there is any reaction, both are transformed." Presence is that transformation, the reaction that occurs when your energy meets the world's uncertainty and remains unmoved. In a world addicted to noise, your calm becomes magnetic. Your silence becomes sacred. People feel your stability and instinctively defer to it because it represents something they lack control over their own chaos. True presence is not about pretending to be confident. It's about cultivating inner stillness so deep that the outer world adjusts to your rhythm. Move slowly, not because you are lazy, but because you are deliberate. Hold eye contact, not to intimidate, but to reveal certainty. Speak rarely, because each word you say carries the weight of intentionality. When you become scarce, you become valuable. When your energy becomes selective, it turns into influence. Jung's spiritual wisdom reminds us that what is unconscious controls us until it is made conscious. So when you consciously embody calm and control, you shift from being a reactor to being a creator of energy. You become the gravity others orbit around. To weaponize your presence, you must first master the energy within. Straighten your spine and let your body remember its natural dignity. Breathe slowly and feel every inhale anchor you deeper into your being. Speak only when your words can alter the emotional temperature of the room. This is not arrogance, it's energetic precision. Power doesn't scream, it vibrates. It radiates through stillness, not through force. When you understand this, you no longer need to prove your worth through action. Your very existence becomes the proof. Those who cross paths with you will feel something shift inside them, a mix of respect, curiosity, and surrender. Presence, at its core, is spiritual alignment. It's when your thoughts, emotions, and body move as one. Jung taught that individuation, the journey of becoming whole, is the ultimate source of influence. When you stop fragmenting your energy between approval, fear, and comparison, your aura becomes coherent, and coherence is power. The mind naturally obeys what it perceives as stable. So when your energy is consistent, when your tone, gaze, and silence all say the same thing, others will unconsciously yield to it. They will sense that resistance is futile, not because you control them, but because you control yourself. That is the essence of the ruthless aura, the kind that makes people obey you instinctively without a single command. It's not manipulation, it's mastery. It's the understanding that influence is not gained through domination, but through energetic discipline. As the philosopher Lao Tzu once said, "He who conquers others is strong. He who conquers himself is mighty." Your presence becomes your weapon when it is backed by inner peace, and your silence becomes your authority when it is filled with conviction. So hold your gaze, slow your breath, move with purpose, and let your energy announce what your words never have to. This is the true embodiment of spiritual wisdom through the lens of Carl Jung. Power without effort, dominance without aggression, and influence born purely from inner alignment. 7. Psychological leverage and strategic influence. Power is the silent art of pulling unseen strings, and the deeper you understand human psychology, the more effortlessly you can guide behavior without force. Every person you meet is moved by two primal forces: the fear of loss and the hope of gain. If you learn to recognize which of these drives them, you unlock the ability to influence them without a single command. Watch how people talk about their dreams and disappointments. Hidden inside those words are the keys to their decisions. The one who studies others with patience and awareness becomes the quiet architect of every room they enter. This is not about manipulation for cruelty, but mastery through understanding. And it begins with spiritual awakening, the realization that all influence is first energetic before it becomes behavioral. When you tune into someone's vibration, you can feel where they are closed and where they are open, and power lies in responding to that frequency with precision rather than force. As Carl Jung said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life, and you will call it fate." The same truth applies to influence. Until you understand what drives a person unconsciously, you will keep trying to persuade with words instead of presence. To master psychological leverage, begin by observing without judgment. Notice the subtle cues, the tone that trembles when they speak of failure, the pride that inflates when they feel seen, the silence that hides an old wound. These are invisible maps to the human soul. People long to be understood, and when you give them that gift, they follow your lead without realizing it. Speak to their hidden fear, and they will listen. Affirm their secret hope, and they will move. Influence, in its purest form, is invisible manipulation, not deceit, but orchestration. It is when your words align so seamlessly with someone's inner truth that they believe it was their own thought all along. The greatest leaders, the most magnetic presences, do not shout commands. They whisper resonance. Their spirituality becomes their strategy, their emotional intelligence, their armor. This is where true power diverges from control. Control is brittle. It requires constant effort. Influence, however, flows like water, gentle but relentless, subtle yet unstoppable. When you combine awareness with calm confidence, people begin to defer to your energy instinctively. They sense steadiness, and that steadiness becomes their compass. Remember, in every interaction, there is an exchange of energy, not just words. The person with higher emotional stability holds the invisible upper hand. Spiritual wisdom teaches that energy does not lie. People may resist your words, but they cannot resist your vibration. When your energy radiates certainty and purpose, compliance becomes natural, not coerced. Therefore, refine your presence before you refine your persuasion. A silent, centered aura commands more obedience than 1,000 speeches. When your motives are clear and your emotions anchored, others feel it subconsciously and mirror it back to you. You will notice how conflicts dissolve, negotiations soften, and even resistance transforms into curiosity. This is not mysticism. It is psychology infused with spirituality. The understanding that power is not something you take, but something you embody. And when you embody it with humility and spiritual awakening, you do not just make people obey. You make them trust, align, and willingly follow your lead, believing all the while that they chose it themselves. 8. Ruthless boundaries and controlled cruelty lead to untouchability. Power is sustained not by how much you can control others, but by how clearly you define what you will no longer tolerate. Boundaries are the invisible lines that separate respect from chaos. They are the quiet laws of your spiritual kingdom. When you master the art of boundaries, you no longer beg for validation or chase approval. You become the standard. As Carl Jung once said, until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate. When you become aware of the patterns that make you overgive, over-explain, or over-tolerate, you awaken to your own sovereignty. Spirituality and spiritual growth demand that you rise above emotional dependency and learn the sacred language of refusal. Refusing what weakens you is not cruelty, it is alignment. Controlled cruelty is the sharp precision of a mind that knows its worth. It is the art of restraint, the ability to respond instead of react, to correct without emotional chaos. It is the boundary that says, I do not play in disorder. This kind of cruelty is not born from hatred, it is born from clarity. When used wisely, it becomes a spiritual weapon that protects your peace and reestablishes divine order in your life. Those who misuse your kindness will learn that compassion has an edge. And it is that edge, honed by experience and silence, that teaches others not to mistake your empathy for weakness. The one who can walk away without flinching holds more power than the one who begs to be understood. Silence is not absence, it is control. In silence, you observe everything without losing your equilibrium. In detachment, you create space between stimulus and response, which is where true mastery lives. People often mistake emotional stillness for indifference, but it is in this stillness that your spiritual energy becomes magnetic. The less you reveal, the more others project their fears and desires onto you, and that is leverage. When you combine silence, detachment, and calm authority, you create an aura that commands respect without demand. Your very presence begins to alter the atmosphere. Conversations shift, eyes lower. People hesitate before crossing your line because your energy has become its own warning. Boundaries, restraint, and leverage together create untouchability, the highest form of spiritual strength. In this state, resistance collapses before it even reaches you. You are no longer reactive because nothing outside you determines your center. You become inevitable, a presence that cannot be provoked or manipulated. This is not arrogance. It is inner discipline. It is what happens when spiritual growth evolves into energetic dominance. You stop chasing, convincing, explaining. You simply are. Those who once underestimated you now sense something they can't name, the vibration of someone who has nothing to prove. This is the essence of true untouchability. The moment your peace becomes power, your silence becomes strategy, and your energy becomes law. Boundaries make you respected. Controlled cruelty makes you feared. But it is your unwavering self-awareness, born from spiritual growth, that makes you untouchable. True power doesn't need to shout. It simply exists, commanding attention through presence alone. As you step into this deeper understanding of aura and self-mastery, remember that what you project is what the world mirrors back to you. Cultivate calm confidence, refine your inner energy, and watch as people instinctively respond to your silent strength. If this message resonated with you, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom. Turn on the notification bell so you never miss our upcoming videos filled with more insights from Carl Jung's timeless wisdom and the art of spiritual transformation. The hidden pain of INFJS and INTJS. What Carl Jung never told you. Loneliness does not come from being alone, but from being unable to communicate the things that seem important to you. Carl Jung's words echo deeply in the hearts of INFJS and INTJS souls, who see the world not just as it is, but as it could be. In this video, we'll uncover the hidden pain behind their quiet strength, the emotional depth they rarely reveal, and the secret struggles that come with carrying such profound insight. As you listen, ask yourself, do you recognize these traits in your own journey? Share your thoughts in the comments. Your story might help someone else understand theirs. Welcome to Spiritual Wisdom, where together we explore the psychology of depth, purpose, and awakening. 1. Core psychological insights. Carl Jung's perspective. Carl Jung taught that every human being is influenced by two forces, the external environment and the internal, subjective world. Most people live primarily through the external, what they see, hear, and experience. But for intuitive introverts, like INFJS and INTJS, life begins within. Their existence is guided not by what the world demands, but by the subtle language of their inner images, symbols, and emotions. They are driven by the invisible, by the energy that flows beneath the surface of things. While others react to the outer world, they respond to a reality that exists in silence, deep in the soul. Jung once said that the psyche is not a blank slate. From birth, it carries within it ancient blueprints, archetypes, tendencies, and instincts that shape how we see and feel. For INFJs and INTJs, this inner inheritance is strong. They are born with a map already etched into their spirit, and their journey through life is not to create meaning, but to uncover the meaning that was always there. They move through the world like dreamers with open eyes, sensing connections and patterns that others overlook. Their imagination is not fantasy. It is an extension of truth, a bridge between consciousness and the divine field of symbols that Jung called the collective unconscious. To live with such inner clarity, however, often means to suffer. The world rarely understands those who see beneath appearances. While society celebrates speed, efficiency, and visibility, intuitive introverts crave depth, stillness, and authenticity. They are often misunderstood, labeled distant or detached, when in reality, they are simply attuned to a quieter frequency. This dissonance between inner truth and outer noise becomes their hidden pain, the loneliness of souls who feel everything yet cannot fully express it. They move through conversations that feel shallow, relationships that lack depth, and jobs that seem empty, carrying within them the burden of unseen understanding. For them, the so-called illusory world that others dismiss is more real than what meets the eye. It is made of living energy vibrations that shape emotion, intuition, and destiny. Every image that rises in their mind carries symbolic power. Every dream whispers messages from the unconscious, urging them toward growth. Jung saw this not as pathology, but as a spiritual awakening in motion, a sacred dialogue between the finite self and the infinite soul. To deny it is to repress the very essence of their being. To embrace it is to awaken to a higher state of consciousness, where intuition becomes revelation. This inner world is both sanctuary and battlefield. It grants them visionary insight, but demands solitude. It gives them purpose, but often isolates them from others. They wrestle with existential questions long before most people even notice them. Questions about destiny, identity, and the meaning of life itself. In this tension lies their pain, but also their power. For when they learn to trust their inner voice, rather than fear its depth, they transform their suffering into wisdom. Spirituality, for them, is not an escape from reality. It is the process of weaving the invisible and visible into harmony. Carl Jung called this process individuation, the lifelong task of becoming who you truly are. For INFJs and INTJs, that path is a spiritual awakening disguised as psychological struggle. It is the gradual realization that their inner vision is not a curse, but a gift meant to guide both themselves and others. Their pain becomes their initiation, their solitude, their sanctuary, their depth, their divine compass. In a world ruled by distraction, they remind humanity that the soul is still the most powerful source of truth, and that what lies within us is not illusion, but the living energy that shapes all things. Are you ready to explore the hidden depths of your mind? If this message resonates with your soul, comment below, "I'm awakening," to begin your journey into true self-understanding. 2. The nature of intuitive introverts. They live with one foot in the physical world and the other in the invisible realm of meaning, constantly moving between what can be seen and what can only be felt. These intuitive introverts, INFJs and INTJs, carry within them an ancient sensitivity that perceives more than most people realize. They don't just see faces, they sense the energy behind them. They don't just hear words, they feel the tension, the intent, the vibration that lingers beneath. Their world is built on subtleties, on the unspoken, the symbolic, the unseen connections between events that others overlook. To them, reality is a web of meaning rather than a sequence of moments. But because their perception moves in silence, it is often misunderstood. Others see their quiet nature as detachment, when in truth, they are listening deeply to people's emotions, to the atmosphere of a room, to the whisper of something greater that moves through everything. With such perception comes both depth and distance. Their ability to see through illusion often isolates them from those who live comfortably on the surface. They notice too much the motives that hide behind kindness, the sorrow that hides behind laughter, and so they learn early that not everyone wants truth. They guard their inner world carefully, retreating into solitude not out of pride, but out of necessity. The more they grow in spiritual wisdom, the more they realize that solitude is not emptiness, it is sacred space. It's where they can breathe, reflect, and realign their energy away from the chaos of superficial living. Yet even in that sanctuary, there's a quiet ache, a feeling of being alone in a world that often rewards noise more than insight. Their spiritual growth demands that they bear this loneliness as a kind of initiation, a rite that sharpens their inner clarity and deepens their empathy for those who still sleep. Over time, they develop a strange peace with being misunderstood. They begin to see their detachment not as a flaw, but as protection. For when you walk between worlds, you learn that not everyone is meant to walk with you. They carry ancient questions within them, questions about purpose, destiny, and the architecture of the soul. They wonder why they see so deeply into others, why their hearts ache for what's hidden beneath appearances. But in that wandering, they also awaken to something beautiful, the realization that their perception is not a burden, but a bridge between the human and the divine. Their spirituality teaches them to find meaning even in pain, to turn isolation into insight, and to see every emotional wound as a door toward transformation. Still, the pain runs quietly through their lives. They long to be understood, but refuse to betray their depth to gain acceptance. They watch the world chase distractions and wonder why people are afraid of silence, why truth makes so many uncomfortable. In those moments, they often feel invisible, like observers in a world that values noise over awareness. But it is precisely this distance that allows them to see what others cannot, the subtle harmony behind chaos, the divine rhythm hidden inside uncertainty. Their spiritual growth depends on embracing this paradox to remain grounded in the physical world while never losing sight of the unseen one that gives it meaning. So they move through life as silent healers, absorbing energies, sensing shifts, translating the language of the soul into understanding. They carry the invisible weight of knowing, yet also the quiet joy of seeing beauty others overlook. Their inner world becomes their cathedral, their perception, their prayer. And though they often feel alone in a shallow world, they are never truly lonely because their depth connects them to the heartbeat of existence itself, where every act of awareness becomes an offering to the mystery that made them. Comment below. I embrace my inner intuition. If you're ready to honor the quiet strength within you and walk the path of true self-understanding. 3. Why they suffer. The suffering of INFJS and INTJS runs deeper than words can express. It is not a wound of the body, but of the soul, a quiet, aching loneliness that comes from being unseen in a world that rarely understands depth. They move through life with the feeling of being invisible, their inner world vast and intricate, yet hidden behind calm expressions. Carl Jung once said, "Loneliness does not come from having no people around you, but from being unable to communicate the things that seem important to you." This is their silent truth. They live in a constant state of perception, sensing the emotional temperature of every room, decoding every tone, every gesture, every silence. To others, they may seem distant, but within, they are overwhelmed by constant internal analysis, where even the smallest interaction can spiral into hours of reflection and self-questioning. Their minds are not wired for the surface. They are built to see beneath it. Society calls them overthinkers, but this label misses the essence of who they are. Their way of thinking is not excess, it is precision. They are attuned to patterns that others cannot see, to emotional currents that flow beneath words, to the subtle energy that shapes every human exchange. They do not simply live in the world, they interpret it. But this heightened awareness comes with a cost. Each emotion they sense, each unspoken truth they uncover, sinks into them like a weight. They feel everything deeply, and that sensitivity often turns into exhaustion. The noise of the world becomes too loud, the emotions of others too heavy, and so they retreat not out of arrogance, but out of self-preservation. Their solitude is a sanctuary where they can breathe again, where they can quiet the storm within. For INFJS and INTJS, silence is not emptiness, it is medicine. It allows them to return to their own energy after being flooded by everyone else's. Yet even in solitude, there lingers a longing for a wish to be truly understood without having to explain, to meet someone who speaks the language of depth. They crave authentic connection, but the modern world often rewards the superficial. Conversations about meaning, soul, or purpose are seen as strange, and so they learn to hide their light, to dim their intensity for the comfort of others. But the truth is, this depth is their spiritual wisdom, their divine gift. Jung believed that such souls were necessary for the process of individuation, the journey toward becoming one's truest self. Their path may be lonely, but it is sacred. It is through their introspection, their emotional insight, and their quiet strength that they awaken others to what truly matters. Every INFJ and INTJ carries a kind of ancient knowing, an intuitive intelligence that feels both a blessing and a burden. They read emotions like sacred texts. They sense energy shifts before words are spoken, and they often see through illusions others build their lives around. This constant awareness can feel like walking through the world without armor. And yet, within this sensitivity lies power. When they stop resisting their nature and begin to honor it, they transform their suffering into wisdom. Their empathy becomes their compass, their solitude becomes their strength, and their deep perception becomes their way of healing others. Carl Jung once wrote, "The privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are." For these intuitive souls, that means embracing their complexity instead of apologizing for it. Their inner pain is not a flaw to be fixed. It is the price of deep consciousness. And when they learn to carry it with grace, they become living proof that spiritual awakening often begins with understanding the beauty hidden inside our pain. If you've ever felt the quiet suffering of seeing too deeply and feeling too much, know that you're not alone. Like, subscribe, and share your thoughts in the comments below. Let's heal and grow together through this journey of spiritual wisdom. 4. Inner conflict. From a young age, INFJs and INTJs carry a quiet awareness that they are different while others chase noise and novelty. They are drawn to truth, purpose, and the invisible dimensions of life. Their minds reach beyond what is seen, searching for something that feels real in a world obsessed with appearances. This early sense of disconnection is not arrogance, but the first whisper of spiritual awakening, a sign that their consciousness is wired for depth, not distraction. Yet that same depth soon becomes a burden, for the world rarely celebrates those who think, feel, and see too much. They begin to learn that their inner world, vast, mysterious, and alive with questions, must often be hidden to survive among those who live only on the surface. As adults, they wear masks not out of deceit, but necessity, softening their truth so they can coexist in a culture that values conformity more than authenticity. They smile while their thoughts travel through invisible universes. They nod while others discuss what feels meaningless. Beneath their calm expression lies a storm of insight, intuition, and longing for real connection. Carl Jung once said, "Loneliness does not come from being alone, but from being unable to communicate things that seem important to you." This is the quiet ache that defines their life, being surrounded by people, yet feeling unseen, being heard, yet never understood. The more they try to express their truth, the more they're told it's too serious, too complex, or too heavy, and so they retreat into silence, convinced that their depth is a flaw. But that silence becomes sacred ground, the place where their spirituality matures. Their inner world, though unseen, becomes their temple. It's where they meet themselves and the universe in secret, learning that understanding doesn't always come from others. Sometimes it comes from solitude. Their pain is not the pain of weakness, but of awakening. To be spiritually awake in a world asleep is to carry both blessing and burden. The INFJ and INTJ learn that their suffering is not punishment. It is refinement. Like gold in the fire, their soul is being purified through misunderstanding and isolation. What they feel as rejection is often protection, a divine barrier separating them from what would dull their light. Each time they suppress their truth to fit in, they build endurance. Each time they are misunderstood, they strengthen the bond with their higher self. Their spiritual awakening deepens not through praise, but through solitude, where clarity grows stronger than comfort. They begin to realize that the purpose of their depth is not to be validated, but to transform the world quietly through presence, compassion, and insight. The world may call them distant, but in truth, they are simply tuned to a higher frequency one that resonates with meaning rather than noise. They are not lost souls, but silent architects of consciousness, bridging logic and intuition, intellect and soul. This is the hidden pain of the wise: to be seen but not known, to walk among many yet belong to few. But within that pain lies their greatest power. Because once they stop apologizing for their depth, Once they honor their own rhythm instead of chasing the world's approval, they become unstoppable forces of transformation. Their calm becomes magnetic, their silence becomes eloquence, and their presence becomes light. Through this sacred inner journey, INFJS and INTJS learn that spirituality is not about escaping the world, but carrying their truth within it, and that the very pain that once isolated them was, in truth, their initiation into spiritual wisdom. If this message resonates with your inner world, share your thoughts in the comments below. Let's support each other through this journey of self-understanding and healing. Together, we can turn inner conflict into spiritual growth and peace. 5. Jung's deeper meaning. Carl Jung once described INFJS and INTJS as mediators of the collective unconscious, the hidden carriers of humanity's symbols, emotions, and forgotten wisdom. Within them lies a rare gift, the ability to sense what others cannot see, to translate invisible truths into understanding, and to hold both the shadow and the light of human experience. Yet this gift is also their greatest pain. When they deny this inner calling, when they silence their intuition or conform to a world that values logic over depth, their soul begins to ache. They lose meaning, fall into melancholy, and drift through life wondering why they feel disconnected even in a crowd. Their pain is not weakness. It is a symptom of resisting their true nature, of turning away from their spiritual purpose. INFJS and INTJS experience the world through emotional resonance and intuitive perception. They sense unspoken feelings, see through pretenses, and recognize patterns others overlook. In spirituality, this sensitivity is a higher awareness, a direct link to the unseen forces shaping human behavior. But in everyday life, it often feels like a curse. The noise, chaos, and superficiality of the modern world overwhelm them. They feel too much, think too deeply, and love too purely. They often find themselves misunderstood, judged for being too distant or too intense, when in truth, they are simply exhausted from feeling everything so deeply. Their pain is the weight of carrying both their own emotions and those of others, an invisible burden that slowly teaches them the necessity of solitude and boundaries. The turning point comes when they stop resisting this inner power. Jung believed that the unconscious does not only hide darkness, it also holds divine wisdom. When INFJs and INTJs embrace their depth instead of fearing it, they discover that their pain has always been a doorway to transformation. Through spiritual growth, the shadows they once suppressed become sources of strength. Their sensitivity becomes intuition. Their isolation becomes clarity, and their suffering becomes compassion. What once felt like alienation transforms into a profound sense of purpose, the realization that their role is not to fit into the world, but to awaken it. Their inner visions, when expressed through art, writing, teaching, or leadership, become healing channels for others. Carl Jung once said, "The privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are." For INFJS and INTJS, that truth means accepting that their depth is sacred. They are not here to be ordinary. They are here to be spiritual mirrors, reflecting back to humanity what it refuses to see. Their journey of spiritual growth is not about escaping sensitivity, but mastering it, transforming it into wisdom, empathy, and quiet power. When they stop apologizing for their intensity and start honoring their spiritual design, they become living proof that pain can be turned into purpose and loneliness into light. Their lives remind us that the deepest souls are not those untouched by pain, but those who have learned to turn pain into healing for themselves and for the world. When you start to question deeply, you begin to see beyond appearances, just as Carl Jung taught. True wisdom comes from facing your inner truth. If you're ready to look within and find freedom through understanding, type in the comments, "I seek deeper meaning." Let this be your declaration of self-awareness and transformation. 6. The path to healing and joy. Joy is born not from escaping the world, but from embracing solitude as a sacred space where creation, reflection, and service become acts of spiritual awakening. When you sit in silence, not to hide but to listen, you begin to hear the quiet language of your own soul. Carl Jung once said, "Who looks outside dreams. Who looks inside awakes." In that stillness, you awaken not through noise or distraction, but through the gentle unfolding of inner truth. For INFJs and INTJs, solitude is not punishment. It is purification. It is the place where you transform confusion into clarity, pain into poetry, and emotion into form. Each moment spent journaling, painting, writing, or simply walking in nature is not an escape from reality, but a dialogue with the unseen world within you. Through this dialogue, you start to understand that your emotions are not burdens to be carried, but messages to be translated, symbols of the unconscious seeking expression through you. Your gift lies in your ability to build bridges between the conscious and the unconscious, between the material and the mystical. This is where true spiritual wisdom unfolds. You are not just a thinker or a dreamer. You are an alchemist, turning invisible feelings into visible creations. Through art, music, writing, mentoring, and deep conversation, you give shape to what others can only sense. You carry within you the power to heal, to guide, and to awaken, not by avoiding solitude, but by entering it with intention. When solitude is chosen with awareness, it becomes a sanctuary, a temple where you meet your own divinity. Within that sacred stillness, you discover that healing is not about fixing what is broken, but honoring what is sacred within your sensitivity. As you transform your emotions into creative expression, you fulfill your soul's highest purpose to bring light into form. Joy flows naturally when your solitude becomes purposeful, when reflection turns into revelation, and when your inner world meets the world beyond. Carl Jung believed that creativity is the bridge through which the unconscious communicates with the conscious mind. And through that bridge, you find not only healing, but wholeness. So each time you pick up your pen, play a melody, or share your truth in conversation, you are engaging in an act of spiritual alchemy, turning the lead of sorrow into the gold of wisdom. In this transformation, solitude stops feeling like isolation and begins to feel like communion, a quiet meeting between your human self and your higher self. It is there, in that sacred meeting place, that true joy emerges. You realize that your depth is not a curse, but a calling, that your quietness is not emptiness, but fertile ground for creation. And as you live with greater intention, every breath, every thought, and every act of creation becomes a bridge to something eternal, the living proof that the most profound healing comes from within. And so, the hidden pain of INFJs and INTJs is not weakness. It's the silent evidence of depth, of souls who feel too much, see too far, and care too deeply in a world that often misunderstands them. Remember, your sensitivity is not a flaw. It's your spiritual compass, guiding you toward truth, authenticity, and awakening. Never dim your inner light just because others can't handle its intensity. If this message resonates with you, please take a moment to like this video, share it with someone who might need to hear it, and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom. Don't forget to turn on the notification bell so you won't miss our upcoming explorations into the soul, the psyche, and the wisdom of Carl Jung.